So we have a very full agenda today, a few last minute changes, but yeah, we have some great speakers from across the track maintenance community. We will have a 5-minute break in and around 10:30, stretch the legs, grab a cup of coffee, and that will be followed by a slightly longer break at 11:45. So we will start with a welcome from the Network Technical Head of Track, Gareth Evans. So Gareth is a chartered engineer with a BA in metallurgy and the science of materials from Oxford University. Gareth's early career was in the steel industry, with 7 years spent manufacturing railway products and 7 years working on technology and asset management projects for a range of heavy and light rail clients. Joining Network Rail's HQ track team in 2009, Gareth has been involved in national projects to introduce new technology for rail management and track engineering, developing new standards and competency requirements to support wider business change. Professional head of track since 2016, he has accountability for Network Rail's risk controls framework and technical strategy for track engineering. Over to you, Gareth.
Good morning, Ian, and good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the first virtual version of our annual Network Rail and PWI Track Maintenance Engineering Conference. I want to thank you all for taking time out of your busy week to be part of what promises to be a thought-provoking set of papers and discussions. Our conference theme this year is Past, Present and Future. As an industry, we're working in unprecedented times, in my view. The landscape we find ourselves in has been shaped by the pandemic, by our first passenger fatality since 2007, and by the tragic events that have seen 5 of our colleagues not return home from work in the last 20 years. Events such as this conference are important opportunities to look back on recent history. We all have busy jobs, and it's often not easy to find time to do this. So thank you for joining, and I urge you to use today to reflect on all you've achieved over recent months, which is a hell of a lot. Go to the next slide, please. And the next one, thanks. So, as long as we run trains on our asset continues to degrade according to all the familiar failure modes, which you can see at the bottom of the first slide here, broken rails, switch and crossing issues, particularly 053, track geometry, buckles, gauging related challenges. The failure modes can be summed up on our bow tie diagrams, visualizing risk. And here's an example on the top half of this slide, highlighting the format, how each of our known failure modes has an aligned set of controls to prevent the asset failure and the potential consequences. Given our changing landscape, it's clear to me we need to revisit and test every assumption that underpins this controls framework. Every assumption that underpins our processes that define and create our entire inspection and maintenance workbank. As your head of track, and with your support, I need to ask why every activity is required, what failure mode it's designed to prevent, detect or correct, and what are the options to improve the effectiveness of the controls. This is where I'm asking for your help. Please challenge the standards framework, share your innovative ideas, get involved in the working groups that are already looking at changes to standards in particular. Because for me, by contributing your expertise and experience, you'll make sure future changes to our key processes for managing risk are robust and also deliverable. As maintenance engineers with safety of line responsibility, you also need to convince yourselves that each of the controls you're accountable for is being delivered as effectively as possible in its current state. So ask yourselves, do you know where your high-risk assets are? Is it recorded? Do you share this with colleagues in other disciplines to tackle some of the multidisciplinary issues? And we've seen sort of some recent challenges here with a derailment at Willesden, with the parapet failure on the River Carron Bridge. These are all learning opportunities to help us understand how we work more closely with colleagues across asset disciplines and across the railway system. In addition, ask Are your teams getting all of the training, mentoring and support they need to do this? Are we getting the basics right? Inspecting every metre of track, fixing the right faults, keeping our asset registers and databases updated. Really important that we keep focused on the core purpose of what we do day to day, whilst we're amongst all of the wider change that's going on. Go to the next slide, please. No more is this true than in the world of inspection. The spotlight is being thrown on how we deliver inspection. The slide covers a few of the challenges of current manual inspection. For safety, obviously, we need to make changes to the way we access the track to conduct inspection. It's not acceptable to keep putting our teams in harm's way, even with some of the risk controls we have wrapped around that. We also need to look after the health of our teams, making sure the activities that we do, whether it's inspection or maintenance, we are minimising the impact to our teams from the point of view of manual handling, from halves, and there's more we can do in that space to upgrade the equipment we use. Moving to night work, if that is the one of the solutions for moving away from unassisted lookout working, is also going to pose some challenges to the health of our teams, to the quality inspection and the capability we have to deliver the same level of inspection in a different environment. And also issues like weather, the competence and quality of the inspection that we carry out, and the opportunities that moving away from some of our more traditional means of inspection might yield in terms of the capacity of the railway and the efficiency of how we deliver some of that inspection. All of these are challenges that we need to address as a team in the coming months and years. However, we can't adopt changes to one part of this system of inspection without considering the wider impact on system safety. And you've got my commitment that the common safety method will be used to risk assess all proposed changes to methods of track inspection. Next slide, please. So my last slide, we do need to evaluate the alternative options for our existing inspection processes. We will be investing and looking at changes to train-borne inspection capabilities highlighted by the top part of this slide, including UGMS onboard service trains, train-borne monitoring S&C, and extending the capability of some of our plane line or pattern recognition to help detect faults on the railway and pinpoint interventions at the right locations. The bottom left shows work that is now ongoing to accelerate more use of remote monitoring, particularly this year looking at hot weather management. And the bottom right is an illustration of how we're going to apply more risk-based maintenance principles, a better understanding of the P2F curves for our assets, to change our standards, but also make sure that that logic is built into tools such as the decision support tool or the insight tool to support your activity over coming months. You'll hear more about this from speakers during the day. So now I'd like to hand back to Ian Coleman. But again, thank you for taking time out today. Please give us lots of feedback. Please give me lots of feedback from today onwards about the ideas you have to address some of the challenges I've outlined. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you for formally welcoming everyone to the conference. I'd like to now welcome John Edgley, Chief Track Switches and Crossings Engineer for Network Rail and current PWI President. John is as I say, the Chief Track Switches and Crossings Engineer, a post he's held since November 2016. And prior to this, he was Professional Head of Track for Network Rail. John's career spans over 30 years in the rail industry, which encompasses infrastructure maintenance, track renewals, railway plant, multidisciplinary engineering projects, and more recently leading the technical authority track engineering function within Network Rail. Over to you, John.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction, Ian. I must admit, when I hear that I've been in the industry for 30 years, I start feeling a little bit old, but I've got plenty of energy in me. Certainly my daughter's 8 years old, and she was reminding me this morning that, do you know what? She wants me around for plenty more years now, and looking at her, she's going to be a very expensive child, so I think I'm going to have to work for another 20 years, quite frankly. Anyway, what I'd like to do today is talk to you all about my reflections. Yes, I'm the Permanent Way Institution President. It's been a huge privilege for me to hold that position this year, and what a year it's been. My goodness, who could ever have expected COVID? I'm sure it was squirreled away on some risk register in some medical institute, but I certainly never expected a global pandemic to affect us, and certainly never in the way that it actually indeed has. So I'll also highlight at this point, through my presentation, although I'm giving it to you as the President, I will drop into Chief Track Switches and Crossings Engineer mode from time to time. So if you just give me the luxury of that, it is for good reason. And as Ian mentioned, I will be dropping in on the Q&A sessions for the rest of the day as well in that capacity. So I think at this point, if I can get the IT working, I will change slide. Yep. So I'm going to reflect now, and I think the first thing I have to do is just take a breath, take a pause. We have had a shocking and poor safety record, certainly in Network Rail and in the industry in the last 12 months. We've had accidents at Eastleigh, road cutting, Surbiton, and of course at Carmont. We've had colleagues and friends, part of our family, our railway family, they have died. Notably at Carmont, a member of the public also passed away, and members of the public were also injured. Now, not one of those individuals came to work that morning thinking they were going to be injured, never mind killed. And although each of these will be subject of, and indeed are subject to, some very robust investigations, I think it's pertinent just to pause and think for a moment. And following on from the theme Gareth mentioned earlier about risk. So I wonder whether somehow we've lost sight of the risks that we're managing, of the risks that it means to us when we're intervening to do our maintenance inspections or maintenance activity, or indeed other activities which support the railway. So I put it to you and I ask you to reflect as leaders, as engineers, as managers, for yourselves and for your staff. What more should we be doing? How else can we manage those risks effectively, efficiently, and in a period of change? And we are in a period of change. As Gareth mentioned earlier, we have the process of the common safety method. It's very important that we don't lose sight of why we're doing things, and indeed challenge, absolutely challenge, to say, well, do you know what, we're doing certain activities which aren't adding value, and I fully support stopping those activities as necessary. But ultimately, I'd much rather a difficult, embarrassing, challenging conversation rather than any of you, any of your colleagues, any of my colleagues being injured or killed. Maybe more in the Q&A. So I'm going to move on now, and I'm going to just reflect on COVID. And I know there's a conversation next, so Liam, I won't try to steal any of your material, so don't worry. But I pause and think, the way you reacted, the way we reacted during the COVID pandemic, we're still in it, let's be perfectly honest, but in the early difficult days of this time last year, you pulled together, we pulled together as a true team in a world-class way. We had a conversation throughout Network Rail, from bottom to top, side to side, got out all those issues on the table and worked out how on earth we were going to react in an efficient and effective way to manage the challenges of COVID, to keep the railway, keep the UK running. Those are enshrined, or some of those thoughts are enshrined in the emergency standards you can see on the right side of the screen. You can also see some of the fairly, normal, as they are now, normal innovations You can see Boris, excuse me, you can see Boris modelling beautifully a nice blue mask there. But all of those ideas came together to help us keep the railway running. Notably the infrared scanners, which are at each of the DUs and offices still now. But all of that leaves us with a legacy, not just a slapping on the back, haven't we done well managing COVID. Actually, we have a real value for money proposition challenge now. Passenger numbers, as we can measure them, as we know, are 86% down on where they were in February last year. And it doesn't take an economist to work out, well, that actually means revenue is down. The money go round is short of money. We're okay for the time being in terms of the UK governments are subsidising and supporting our railways. But it means for me all the more important that we should be focusing and making sure we're spending our money extremely wisely in the right areas. So moving on, so I'm just going to lift the mood a little bit about successes and give some contextual information. So I'll just talk about the bottom middle graph for a minute. Now, I've talked about accidents, I've talked about value for money and the challenges of COVID, but I just want to take a pause. Our railway, the railway that you manage and maintain, is extremely safe. The number of derailments that we've actually had over the years has dropped. We can see from that graph. Any derailment is a derailment I don't want to have, and I know you don't want to have. Any derailment is unsatisfactory and unacceptable. However, contextually, we have fewer than we've had in the past, and that's because of your hard work. Similarly, it's a slightly busy graph, the top left one. Normally in these events, we'd show a graph saying broken rails running down in a similar fashion to the derailments, but in reality, I wanted to give you a different visual this time around. But what you can see from that, the narrative ultimately is broken rails are also being extremely well managed. I don't want any broken rails. There is an initiative actually instigated by Gareth, to his credit, to reduce broken rails moving forward. But contextually, broken rails are at a low point in the UK railway history. And again, that's because of all the hard work that you put in. But we need to be better. In terms of other successes, the train accident precursor indicator model, shorthand as the PIM, we can see it measures risk and models risk, but actually we can see, yes, risk has gone up, driven by earthworks, as you might imagine after Carmon and some other earthworks failures we've had in the infrastructure. But what I want to highlight to you is the green line, track. We know track does not fail safe. It is effectively at an all-time low from that measure, because you are managing it extremely safely and extremely well. So that's credit to you. And the final graph, I'm going to use that as a lever to go through to the next slide, but that is a little bit hard to read. This is about competence. We, Network Rail, have designed a track competency framework for the maintenance community, actually for the whole end-to-end process, let's be perfectly honest. It's there, it's ready, it's been pulled through by all the regions. Now, some of you will already, on the call, will already have engaged with it. It's hugely, hugely important. Why? Because it gives us a strategic opportunity to understand the gaps in our capability. It'll give us visibility of where the opportunities are to achieve better learning, understand the risks much more effectively, the end-to-end process, and it will give us also a strategic platform to identify where we need to bolster capability much more efficiently moving forward, to be able to act proactively than reactively, to make sure that you have the courses available for you and your teams before you even know you need them, and then they can run smoothly and seamlessly rather than having to wait weeks and potentially months for those training interventions for when you need them. So please, I'm asking you to engage with those as quickly as possible. And yes, I'm painting it as success. I'm going to click over to the next slide in terms of opportunities. It's an opportunity for us to be more fleet of foot, efficient and effective. And there's a number of different graphics on the slide there. Just to highlight a couple of opportunities I see, and there will be a number of opportunities discussed in today's conference. But one I was particularly taken with is a modified design of cast crossings. Network Rail, the industry is invested in redesigning cast crossings to be far more robust and resilient. So when you go out and change your cast crossings now, there are new patterns, which means they will last longer, therefore need to be replaced less frequently, therefore less defects and so on. So a great innovation. Another innovation I'm particularly proud of is the composite materials. The sleepers for composites have been around for a while, but Network Rail trailblazed the trial and proof of concept for long bearers, and also within S&C. That particular picture on the top right being at Newark Flat Crossing, a world first, absolutely superb. And these materials are available now for use. They will support Network Rail and indeed the UK with its sustainability agenda. These things are far more robust and resilient and do not require hardwood timbers to be imported from Africa or South America, which are fantastic things. There will be a conversation later on about activities such as modernising maintenance. Intelligent infrastructure has also been discussed at these events in the past. All of these ideas are about supporting the reduction of activities which are not required, and to provide better information, not data, not vast oceans of data that you can't manage, but information which supports better decision making. So we're on a journey with that, and I think these are opportunities for us to pull on. I'll also shout out to two people I think, well, one person I know definitely is on the call today, but two people. So Colin Kavanagh is stepped forward and is leading a root and branch review of inspections on S&C. I'm very excited by that. Basically a reimagining of S&C inspections using all the goodness and information that's available to us in the modern railway to see if we can undertake those inspections in a different way. And I'm very excited by that. And I'm also going to shout out to Ian Coleman. Ian, thank you. So Ian is stepping forward and is leading a similar exercise on hot weather patrolling. And I've got high hopes that will result in new and innovative ways of actually inspecting our track during hot weather. It might not hit the ground for this hot weather season, but I'm hoping it will come up with some better advice for this season and also moving forward. So I'm going to flip over now and talk about my theme. So every president of the Permanent Way has an opportunity to champion a theme. Mine is competency. I took the opportunity, had an epiphany ultimately from all the great work that Network Rail was doing, and I spotted a gap in the industry. And I thought to myself, well, do you know what? If we have a cross-industry competency framework, then it's going to be hugely beneficial to all of us. Each organisation has an approach which are all extremely good, but it's not joined up. Just imagine the opportunity to do industry-wide gap analysis, identify gaps in the health of what we need in advance of our strategic needs as the United Kingdom. Organise training. It will cut costs of training simply because we'll be more aligned in our requirements, plan in advance. It will support members actually understand career progression much more effectively, see opportunities not just within their own organisation and company, but elsewhere. It will promote transfer of good practice. It's all absolutely fantastic. So that framework is in play. By the end of my presidency, towards the end of June, we will have agreed and finalised the detail of that. I'm keen it is not a carbon copy of Network Rails, because it shouldn't be one company leading necessarily over others. There's great ideas within that. And after that, when I become deputy president, and I'll be on the chain of the permanent way institution for 2 years, I'll be working with industry to make sure that is embedded and rolled out. I see this as a huge win for the industry, and I'll be continuing to work away at it. So moving on to the wider PWI, a couple of words about, well, really an applause for the members of the PWI yourselves, and also the organising committees of the PWI. COVID came along, and on a pinhead, the team moved the approach. It went from face-to-face meetings to online meetings. Many of you will have been attending those. We've got online training courses, and the online presence in social media has gone from pace to pace. There's a new website which is just going through the last acceptance checks and tests now. Be far more accessible, far more supportive and clearer to use. Much more helpful. PWI has also reorganised or aligned more effectively the vice presidents, which are there to support across each of the regions. If you don't know who your vice president is, you'll be able to either see from this slide here, but also check out on the website. Give them a call, they're there to help you. Also, I'll make a comment on decarbonisation, sustainability, environmental change, resilience, weather resilience, and so on. Through the leadership of Stephen Barber, our CEO, and also one of our deputy presidents, Joan Heary, the PWI is developing its strategy for decarbonisation and sustainability, and I think that's absolutely the right thing to do, because once COVID is a horrible but distant memory, once we've cracked through the value for money challenge we've got in the industry, climate change is here to stay, and I think the PWI will lead from strength to strength, identifying and supporting and giving support and direction for all of us. So I've talked about my theme at the bottom of the screen, so I'm just going to click over now to the future presidents. So Nick Millington will be talking a little bit later today. He is a huge and supporter and very passionate about safety. I hope you don't mind me saying, Nick, you've chosen your theme to be safety and performance when you become president, and I think that's an excellent thing. So supporting not just Network Rail in the capacity of the safety task force, but the wider industry as well. And I think that is just what we need right now too. And following on from Nick will be Peter Diemann. Peter is an extremely experienced, well-respected electrification engineer. He will be stepping forward to lead the Permanent Way institution. His theme will be electrification, which might not be a great surprise, but in specifically electrification competency. So Peter and I are working and will be working very closely together on the track competence framework and also the electrification competence framework. So that is exciting times, and I'm looking forward to them. So I'm going to wrap up at this point. I am really looking forward to the rest of the event. I'm sure you are too. So I will get out of your way and hand over now. So please enjoy the event.
Thank you, John. Thank you for formally opening the conference for us. I'm now going to introduce Liam Mcquatt. So Liam is the Regional Head of Engineering and Asset Management in Scotland for Network Rail. Liam joined the rail industry in 2002 as a track engineering apprentice and has spent the last 19 years developing significant industry experience, mainly within the maintenance function in technical, supervisory and track maintenance engineering roles. Working in senior engineering and management roles across 4 delivery units, Liam has developed a strong understanding of the railway system, leading multi-asset engineering teams of 400 people. Liam is a chartered civil engineer and is now leading Scotland's railway Regional Head of Engineering Asset Management team with an asset management portfolio of circa 850 million. A real advocate of using data to develop and support decision making. He is committed to improving how Scotland's railway manages its assets and network. Liam acts as a supervising civil engineer, leading individuals through their journey to gain professional engineering recognition, which supports his belief that an organisation's greatest asset is its people, and is actively involved in supporting Network Rail's apprentice and graduate schemes. Thank you, Liam.
Thanks, Ian. I hope you're all well. Hopefully this works. There we go. So I was asked to come and speak around how, from a maintenance perspective, we kept the nation moving, and it was badged as the excellent maintenance response to COVID-19. I genuinely think it was. I was going back through old emails trying to figure out a timeline, and started to get a bit confused because the Scottish timeline and the rest of the UK timeline doesn't necessarily tie in when it comes to COVID and the start of lockdowns and stay-at-home messages. But whilst I was doing that, I found an email chain that had a couple of quotes from our Chief Executive, Andrew Haynes, which stated, "Rarely has our job been so critical to keep Britain moving." He then went on to state that this is particularly critical when essential services, goods and key staff need to be available to help. So when you think about it, that's a big challenge on its own on a day-to-day basis, is to keep people moving and keep freight moving to the timetable. When you consider that we were going to have to try and do that remotely, we were going to have to balance the challenges of keeping our workforce safe, keeping the infrastructure compliant and operating safely, whilst also delivering all the other aspects that are expected of us as a professional. Throw 3 children and a wife who was trying to homeschool into the mix, certainly in my house, and that becomes quite a challenge, an interesting one actually, especially as I didn't have an office to escape to any longer, or 4 hours of commuting a day to try and keep me sane. So that was the industry's challenge, that was my challenge. So the first thing was understanding what did it mean when we say keep people moving and keep freight moving during a lockdown. What did it really mean? So for Scotland, in Glasgow Delivery Unit, where I was the infrastructure maintenance delivery manager at the time COVID started, it didn't really mean a lot from a timetable perspective. We were still running 100% of trains across the network, albeit there was only in the region of 5% of the normal people travelling on these trains. It became even more critical because the reality was these 5% were our doctors, our nurses, our supermarket workers and other key workers who needed to get to their roles in order to keep the country moving, or make sure that supermarket shelves were stacked, or that people could get the essential treatment they needed as COVID became a thing. Eventually services reduced to about 45% of the norm, and again footfall remained at roughly the same as it had been when we were still running 100% of services. But we did introduce additional freight, and I've seen different stats depending on what's being hauled. In some instances you're taking 70 lorries off the road, other instances 40 lorries off the road. So that's quite a big commitment that we're giving to people, that we're going to be the people that can get the baked beans, the loaves of bread and the like up into the far reaches of Scotland to make sure that those people aren't adversely affected by the pandemic, or any more so than they maybe need to be. But what did that mean for us as a maintenance team? So what level of asset performance did we need? Was the requirements of our assets starting to change? So point ends, for instance, that are very lightly used due to the changes in timetable and the introduction of different freight services and freight patterns, did these assets all of a sudden become very critical? And from there, was the level of maintenance regime that we had in place for them adequate or not? That was one of the immediate things that jumped out at us as a team, was did we understand where our critical assets were? Was that list still relevant, and did we need to tweak anything and tweak any of the regimes that we had in place? The next biggest challenge for me, and I think it's the one that we struggled with initially, was how do we move our people around to make sure that they can get to site and do their work? How do they respond to potential failures? How do we keep them fed and watered when they're at site? And how do we make sure that the welfare facilities that are available to them were still adequate? Because social distancing became a thing very quickly, and how do we then use that as a lever to go and change how we go about our business? So hopefully we're keeping our people safe. So I can't take credit for any of the photographs, I will say that. There's some really good photographers out there that have done a great job at capturing COVID and some of the challenges that we've faced. But you'll see in this photograph a polycarbonate screen. I genuinely do believe that I think this was the best kind of piece of invention that people came up with throughout the early part of COVID, one of the simplest, most beneficial solutions that we had, and we fitted these to the majority of our vehicle fleet. So what that did was allow us to try and keep the number of people that were required to drive as low as possible. Our road fleet in Glasgow increased by 50 in terms of short-term vehicle hire, and that was purely down to social distancing, reducing the number of people that we could have in any vehicle. I believe that had we not fitted the polycarbonate screen, that 50 would have been 100, or at least 100. And it really brought to the fore, when you talk about moving people around, how limited we are with drivers or people that are willing to drive company vehicles. We found ourselves in positions where not only were we struggling to move our people around the way we'd always moved them around, we had people who, because of changes in timetabling, could no longer get the train to the place of work. So then we had to start thinking about, okay, so if we need these people, how do we get them to their work? And we ended up effectively running a taxi service at times to bring people to and from the workplace. Things that we would never have considered pre-COVID, and things that have kind of brought to the fore the need to make sure our people are or have the ability to get to and from the workplace. And that does become a bit of our responsibility as well as theirs. The next biggest challenge was, how do we limit their time on site and in the depots? Because the thinking being that the more time they spend together congregating, the more likely that should one of them have COVID, that virus could spread across the workforce, which would bring with it a whole number of different challenges in terms of how we would manage compliance, safety, and a whole host of other things that we need to manage. So one of the things we looked at was offering up site start and home start. So site start brought with it quite a debate around, and I think it shone a light onto our perception of our people and our people's perception of us as to trust became a factor. So could we trust that our people would go to site, do the work that was required of them, and then return back to their home, leaving behind a quality finish? And could our people trust that when we asked them to start from site, do their work, and then return home, that we wouldn't then come and have a challenge about why were they not at site when we showed up at 5 o'clock in the morning to have a look at what they were doing? So really, really interesting, and brought a new way of thinking towards the team, I think. And I think there's a real opportunity there as part of a legacy of COVID that we take that forward, and the trust that we've built shouldn't be lost. And then we had to think about mechanization. So John touched on it earlier, where there's non-essential tasks, there's essential tasks, but where we've got essential tasks, is there an opportunity to mechanize some of that and actually take away the need to have multiple people there doing that activity, and explore, is there a better way of doing things that has a knock-on impact in keeping people safe? So in something as simple as a motorised hand trolley was introduced. So you think a motorised hand trolley was quite often a two-person push. By bringing a traditional hand trolley was a two-person push, but bringing in the motorised element, very quickly we could remove one person from the push. So from a social distancing perspective, that risk was then mitigated, and actually from a manual handling benefit. And I think anyone that's ever pushed a hand trolley up a hill would appreciate the thought of a wee engine giving you a tug along. Really simple but effective solution that was put in place. And in the space of off track, we started looking at how could we remove multiple chainsaw operatives from an embankment or a cutting slope, and actually start to mechanise some of that, and then process the fallen wood at the back of it. So introduction of mega chippers and forwarders and all sorts of technology that's already out there, and I think quite widely used in other parts of the network. But COVID has forced Scotland to go and have a look at what's going on in Northwest and Central or Southern. What are they doing well, and how can we bring some of that technology into Scotland and actually start to make a real impact on workforce safety? And then the most interesting, I think, when it comes to keeping our people safe, God forbid some of them do get COVID, and we did experience that. Test and trace removed 11 or 12 people from a depot at one time because of people being in close contact. Did we have a contingency plan? So what did a contingency plan look like, and was it fit for purpose? And very quickly we found out that that's quite a difficult conversation to have. So when you think about the pandemic, it doesn't differentiate between whether you're a 30-year-old male, 40-year-old female, good health, bad health. It could take out anyone. So what skills would we need in order to be able to deliver the core inspection, maintenance and compliance activities? Then you start to think about, okay, so skill sets, we've got competencies, we've got compliance requirements, can our people drive? Touched on that earlier on. How do we take our possessions, line blockages, isolations? Do we have the machine operators? And then there's the things that I can't control directly. So do we have enough ECROs to allow us to put the isolations in place? In Scotland, our isolation opportunity reduced from 50 to 60 isolations per night down to 30 or 40 because the ECRO was limited to how many people they could put in the depot. So all this becomes a factor in trying to build up a contingency plan to make sure that we can actually go and deliver the day job for that 45 to 50% of trains that are still running. And I think this is where people deserve more credit than they've maybe been given, that you think daily our section managers, our engineers and our planning teams were able to knit all this together, and they still are, and it's been a great achievement night on night and day on day to make sure that we have, I think we've delivered 96, 97% of all the work that we ever wanted to deliver during the pandemic. And I think that's a real achievement that shouldn't be lost as part of the, you know, the post instant review type approach that we take on. So then managing the infrastructure, so essential and non-essential tasks. Probably one of the most emotive conversations that you can have with an engineer, a section manager and a trade union representative. There was elements that would say nothing's essential, we shouldn't be running trains, we shouldn't be having our people out on the infrastructure. And there was others that saying everything's essential. How do you approach that? So, you know, stripping it all back, figuring out what do we really need to do to make sure that trains can continue to run safely, and that as best we can, they'll run to the timetable. So, really simple example in the track space, repadding. Most people would say that that's not an essential activity to do over the next 3 to 4 weeks. From a signaling perspective, repadding is one of the essential activities to make sure that a track circuit continues to perform correctly. So really, as an IMDM sitting there thinking, we need to look at this as a system and we need to understand who's doing what impact does it have on other asset types if we don't do those works, and take it from there. So really good piece of work that was done over the course of, well, the last 52 weeks. Another thing we had to consider was how do we manage people on site, so making sure that as people present themselves to site, we're not overpopulating a workspace around a set of points, for instance, so making sure that we phase the arrival of the signalling team. When they depart, the track team arrives. When does the distribution and plant team arrive, or the overhead line? And just effectively every night creating a Gantt chart for a piece of work. Quite a task. And as I say, the section managers, engineers and planners have done really well. And then touching on the use of technology and remote monitoring. So what can we do with PLPR or remote condition monitoring, KLD, to actually take away the need to send our people out and take some of these measurements and then make decisions based on the data and the information that's presented across to us. We talk about leading remotely. The virtual office, one of the best and worst creations, I think, of the pandemic. I really like the idea that I can roll out my bed 5 minutes before my day starts, throw on a shirt, tie and suit jacket and sit in my jogging bottoms and pretend that I'm a professional from head to toe. But I really do miss that social interaction, the ability to get in a room with people and be able to thrash out a problem using a whiteboard and the like. But leading remotely has brought a lot of opportunity to us. I think it's shown us that we're better than what we give ourselves credit for at times. It's offered up the ability to use instant messaging rather than a 15-minute sit on somebody's desk, chew the fat around how the world is, put it to rights, and then say, oh, and by the way, what about this? You can drop somebody a quick message on Teams, get a quick response and move on with your day and not disrupt other people's world too heavily. But it has brought a challenge around how we manage assurance, and I don't think we've really got to the bottom of that one yet. What does assurance mean to us in a post-COVID world? How do we tackle that challenge and make sure that when we do carry out on-site assurance activity, it's value add, it drives the right decisions through the business, and that we don't lose sight of what it is that we're really there to achieve. And then finally, capturing best practice. We as a company, as an industry, need to understand what has gone on across the industry, what was good, what was great, and how do we not lose sight of that? So going back to Gareth and John's challenge about standards, essential maintenance, essential activities, and non-value add, my plea out to the 183 people that are attending so far today is write it down somewhere so you don't forget, and start sharing it with your regional asset management teams, your line managers, so that we can start to pull all this information together and start to make standards that are fit for the new purpose. I shouldn't say fit for purpose because we'll get into trouble, but standards that drive the right decisions, do the right thing by the asset, and make sure that our people, when they are on track, are as effective as they can be, and they're on for as short a duration as possible, because that way the risk to workforce safety should reduce. And I think the collaborative kind of approach to tackling the pandemic is another thing that really shouldn't be lost. So that example of Go Sea to see what North West and Central are doing, there's a risk in a regional railway environment that we lose that ability, and it's something that I'm really keen that we grab and grow and make sure that we're stealing with pride, to quote an old infrastructure director, and move things forward. So conscious that was a bit of a fly through, but that's how I believe we've tackled maintenance during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I think we've done really, really well at it, considering it's something none of us have been through in any of our lifetimes. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Liam. No, thank you for sharing your thoughts on, I guess, the challenges that COVID posed to the business, and as the title says, the excellent response to that. I'm going to now introduce Nick Millington, who's going to talk to us about the Safety Task Force. Nick is the Safety Task Force leader, NetRail and Deputy President, as John has mentioned, for the PWI. Nick has worked in the industry for 30 years. He started as an apprentice mechanical and electrical engineer at 16. He's a chartered civil engineer, a chartered project manager, and a chartered permanent way engineer, and a fellow of both the Institute of Civil Engineers and the Permanent Way Institution. Nick has undertaken several roles at all levels in asset management, plant, projects and maintenance, up to infrastructure projects director and route infrastructure maintenance director. Nick is currently leading the Network Rail Safety Task Force, which is focused on modernising our approach to maintaining our railway to significantly reduce the risk of track workers being struck by a train. Welcome, Nick.
Thanks, Ian. Can you just give me the thumbs up? You can hear me okay? I'm assuming you can hear me okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and thanks to Liam and Liam. I need to get my shirt and my suit out. I feel a little bit underdressed compared to others, but thanks for the slot this morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I guess this time around, I was planning to give you a more strategic update on the task force, on where we're going, where we're heading. But I think in lieu of what's happened at Surbiton, I think there is only one big show in town at the moment, and it's what we're going to do to arrest, stop, eliminate, reduce the risk of track workers being struck by a train. So my presentation is primarily focused on what we as Network Rail are going to do in the next 5-6 months to bring this risk much lower, for the benefit of all of our frontline track workers. Okay, so hopefully I can steer the computer, Kate, in the background there. I've got my arrow keys ready.
You might just need to click. That's it, Nick.
Yep,
you're in control.
Right, hopefully. Downward arrow. Doesn't go. What do I need to do? There we go. Can you move on another slide, please, Kate? I'll let you drive it, I think. Okay, so through the last 10 years, up until about 2018, we had enjoyed perhaps a reducing, I use enjoy in a kind of, in a way that might mean complacent. We'd assumed that safety was getting better and would continue to get better when you consider the risk of our valued colleagues on the front being struck by a train. And indeed, this graph shows you, and I remember when I started on the railway railway staff being struck by a train was a common thing. And certainly from this millennium, so from 2000 onward, it became a less common thing, to the point where it hardly ever happened between the period of 2010 and 2018. It was a very unusual occurrence when you consider how many people we put on the track. But that trend reversed, and it's consistently showing that it's on an upward trajectory. And on February the 9th, Tyler, as you can see in this photograph, he's also sat on my shoulder, keeping me focused on what I'm doing, was sadly struck and killed at Surbiton whilst patrolling S&C, which is a tragic outcome. And I don't know about any of you here. I know I've sat in front of the Margam families in a hotel conference room in South Wales, and it was the most difficult day of my working life. And I had to try and justify, explain why it is that we put people to work on railway lines where trains are moving at high speed, and that on occasions people do not go home. And that's a really hard thing to do. There were, certainly on my experience with Margam and the Margam families, there were two ladies, wives, mothers, who are going into retirement as widows. There was a daughter who hasn't got a dad to walk her up the aisle. And then I, as an engineer, knowing that we can make a difference on the occasion of Margam, and I dare say the investigation with Surbiton will throw up something similar, we could have done more, and we should have done more. The Safety Task Force was set up in 2019. It was actually set up before Margam happened, but it significantly grew arms and legs and then some after Margam happened. And we have got 3 very clear targets, and I'll come to those in a second. One of which, and I'll make no bones about it, is to eliminate open line working. I am absolutely convinced, and I've got plenty of information to back it up, that the highest risk form for when you consider track workers struck, when you consider near misses that happen, is, dare I say it, the dear old lookout flag and the LAUS kit when it comes to near miss frequency. And there is a real concerted effort, and there has been a concerted effort over the last 18 months to reduce, so far as we reasonably can, human forms of lookout. The task force is more than that. We're deploying technology, modernisation, modernised maintenance practices, access gates, more walkways, signal workload, better line block planning tools, all sorts of other stuff to make safety the simplest thing that we can do. But we are using some pretty basic hierarchical principles. Eric, eliminate the risk, reduce the risk, isolate the risk and control it. And therefore, and what we have seen in the last 18 months is a 70% reduction in open line working, which is phenomenal. And what we've also seen is a 50% reduction in near misses, which is also phenomenal. However, we're not going fast enough. And on February the 9th, dare I say it, Surbiton proved it. Kate, can you move on a slide, please? So, and why do I say what I've said? This is quite a busy slide, but I'll attempt to get my message across. If you look along the bottom axes, or the bottom part of the graph here, this is types of near miss plotted by line speed. And you can see unassisted lookout, and these, incidentally, the sample size is since the start of the control period. The unassisted lookout is by far the most frequent driver of near misses, no doubt. And if you look at the hours worked, the occurrences, it's the highest frequency form of near miss. And I'm absolutely convinced of that, and I can provide the data and the evidence to share with everyone to prove that to be true. Speed, and we're engineers, obviously is a factor in that as well. But then if you look at the times of the day and the days of the week that these near misses happen, it happens on generally on Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays, and in the middle of the morning. And then if you look at signal workload and traffic intensity, and you look at the heat map on the bottom right hand side, you can see our signallers and our railway is at its busiest on midweek mornings. And then if you go up a little chart to the top right hand side, you'll see rosters and how we roster our teams on a 24-hour cycle, the resource availability, and we roster more of our teams on midweek mornings, Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays, when there is no safe line block access, when the railway's at its busiest, and we have the most common time for near misses. You add speed into the equation, you add S&C maintenance into the equation, and there's a few other things in terms of risk escalators, and Margam, and dare I say it, Surbiton, were foreseeable with the power of hindsight. And therefore, there is a real concerted effort now. The days of open line working with human performance and lookout are numbered and are not very many fingers and toes. Originally, the Safety Task Force was planning to remove, because we had a legally enforceable duty and notice to do so, to remove human forms of warning by July 2022. I'm really pleased to be able to say that a number of routes have made massive inroads into this in a sustainable way. There are risks, there are transfer risks. I'm acutely aware of those transfer risks, but we have proven that what we focus, you get what you focus on, and if you focus on a safer plan, you'll get a safer plan. Okay, could you move on a slide, please? So I started this slide in July 2019, and it had 2 people on it. It's now got 4 people on it, and that's 4 people too many. And I don't want to add anyone else onto it, if I'm honest with you. In a split second, error, lapse, loss of, lack of judgment, whatever you want to call it, but we put people to work, Gareth and Spike at Margam, and in a split second, something terrible happened. Aidan at Road handed back a line blockage, walked down the live side of a ball-top fence, possibly, although I don't know for definite, because people inside the ball-top fence may, in terms of COVID and social distancing, he may have taken the decision to walk down the live side, but in a split second on an open railway, something terrible happens. If you look at Surbiton, and I'm not going to preempt the investigation because it wouldn't be right for me to do that, in a split second on an open railway, something dreadful happened at Surbiton. And there are reoccurring themes here, and we can remove and reduce significantly the need for humans to go in front of moving trains. And I would ask everyone to do that. And certainly when I take over as the president in July, I will be campaigning solidly for a year on this front, relentlessly. Okay, and as engineers, that we innovate is great. That we keep the railway assets safe is great, but it's more. We have to do more than that. None of you want to go in front of families and loved ones and have to try and explain why they're not coming home. And there are things that we can do, and there are things that we must do, and I'm very pleased to say there are things that we are doing. I mean, Western Route go lookout free on Monday. So after Scotland, who have led the way with this for a number of years, and they've done it with Laos as well now, and incidentally, they've got the lowest near miss frequency by miles. Western on Monday pack up their lookout flags, and they will never be planning with lookouts again. East Midlands route, 31st of March, the same. And there'll be more routes that follow. Okay, can you move me on a slide, please? So the task force original slides, the original targets, I beg your pardon, were to eliminate open line working with human forms of lookout, to provide much more track safety equipment with regard to train activated warnings or 100% additional protection in planned line blockages, and then 100% compliance to standard 019. On this occasion today, I've only got 20 minutes. I can't tell you everything that we're doing, but I'm sure I'll get the opportunity through, as we unlock from lockdown, to come and see many of the PWI sections. And I'm on the road from next week in a safe and sensible way, visiting more people in socially distant ways. I'll be able to update you on what we're doing with regard to the £100 million investment this year on protection equipment and warning equipment and new access gates and walkways. And I'll also be able to tell you what we're doing with regard to sorting out standard 019 and the way that we plan. But here today, the first target we've got, which is to remove human forms of lookout, That challenge has been, we've had a stretch put on it. That stretch is self-imposed. It hasn't come from the regulator. It hasn't come from you know, anything like that. It's come from our executive and dialogue with our senior leadership team. And what there's been is an observation that in a number of routes, unassisted lookout and louse working can be ramped down very quickly in a safe way, and it's happened, and therefore we should do it in every route. And that's what I am presiding over at the moment. Okay, can you shift on a slide? So this slide here is an overall progress report of this task force. I'm not going to go into it in full detail, but you can basically, we're now a £269 million programme that's going to last about 3, maybe 4 years, but 3 is just about what we've got on the timescale at the moment. We do look after the new P4D programme, which was born out of the ashes of planning and delivery of safe work, but we are driving compliance to the 2 regulatory improvement notices. 2 things I would like to draw your attention to. Open line working when we started was at 25% in our company, and in the 019 standard it says you should do it as a last resort. And if you look right along, so that's 4 rows up, you see 25% at September 19. In the last 4 weeks it's been at 8%, so we made some significant reductions in open line working. But the thing I'd draw your attention to is the second line up, which is near misses. So in September 2019, and for at least 3 years previous to that, we had somewhere exceeding 70 near misses as a moving annual average. And what you can see is through the improved planning, assurance, and other things that are happening right across the country, near misses have reduced by over 50% in 18 months. But it's not fast enough. And we can still statistically prove that open line working, even though it's between 8 and 10%, accounts for about 55 to 60% of all near misses currently. And if you move out of red zone warning types and move towards green zone protection types, you are somewhere in the order of 6 to 10 times safer when you consider near miss as a common denominator. And I would ask everyone to seriously think about the effort and the prioritization of the time that you put in to make sure that your teams have put on the extra mile to plan in the safest possible way. Okay, can you move on the slide, please? So there are 6 bullet points that outline what our executive have asked us to do. And basically, every route has been challenged to put together a plan that sees, so far as we reasonably can, the reduction of unassisted lookout working to 0 by July this year. Sorry, by 31st of July this year. That includes louse. It's not a ban. We recognise that there are risks that could transfer. And to that end, we've got the RSSB helping us with a very in-depth hazard exercise to make sure that we don't inadvertently push risk to other places. Things like competence and skills fade for certain types of things that we need to do differently. Third rail at night, signal workload or error, and there are other things as well. But we've got 6 headline risks that we've worked to identify with many maintenance colleagues who've joined in with the hazard since the start of March. That work is continuing next week, and I'm happy to publish that. And I dare say it will be a subject of further presentations that I do for the PWI. My team, the Safety Task Force team, are peer reviewing all the route plans. We've done East Coast, East Mids, North East Western and Wales so far. I've just dropped off of Sussex and Kent and Wessex to come here today. And this afternoon we're doing North West and Central, a couple of the routes there as well. But I mean, Southern have made a categoric statement that they will put everything into eliminating open line working, open line walking, unassisted, IWA, everything, all work deliveries by the 31st of July this year. And that's a massively bold step to take. They recognise the size of the challenge, they recognise the potential for risk transfer, and they are systematically working through that. Western, a letter has gone out from the route director. There will be no more lookout working from Monday next week. Wales, it's got a June date. East Mids has got a from the 1st of April, no more lookouts. And there will be other routes that I'll be able to declare the dates on as I go through the process of these peer reviews that I'm undertaking at the moment. Kate, can you pop on a slide? Is that okay? This is the hazard, or this is the primary output of the hazard. It's a draft and it's already been superseded. Just to give everyone the confidence that we're not just running at this without thinking. We've got the RSSB independently overseeing what we're doing. We're also developing a very detailed mitigation plan and also some additional sets of leading indicator measures to make sure that we get early warning indicators if any of the transfer risks start to rise. So I'm not going to go through all of the risks. There are 6, through the spring and into the summer, I will elaborate in PWI conferences about those. But you will hear, if you work for network rather than maintenance, and many of you I know here do, you will hear much more about this in the coming weeks. Okay, can you pop on the slide? So next steps, I've said most of this, already really. The reduction in unassisted lookout working and allows working should not be a surprise. It was made very clear after Margam, the 2 safety improvement notices, the fact that we've committed nearly £250 million and have got 200 people across the country working on this. I would like to think that most of you will know about what the Safety Task Force is here to do and why it's doing it. And I'd also like to think as safety leaders, I've got your 100% commitment to do it as well. So like I said, we've done 5 of the peer reviews. It will soon be 8 because the next one's finished at midday today. That's a further 3 this morning. We are inviting our union reps in to oversee what we're doing, and the national summary of those acceleration plans will be presented to our executive at the end of this month. The RSSB will be supporting us through this. I'm keen to stress this is not a ban. I can still see instances where LAOs rather may carry on after July this year, but I haven't finished my peer reviews yet, and I haven't finished asking some of the counter questions and getting the answers. But everyone should know about this, and everyone should be actively engaged in achieving this outcome. Kate, could you move on a slide, please? I've got this slide here. I guess in my mind, and this is not to be critical either, we can be victims or we can be leaders in this. This is a great institution, and the track engineering profession is something I'm incredibly proud of. And I think we should be leaders in this. So I've put on this slide here, and incidentally, excuse the names of the avatars, but I wanted to bring this bring home to everyone the sort of questions that we should all be challenging ourselves on as track engineers. How can we innovate? How can we plan or give or multiply our impact through our teams and the people that we lead to make sure that we, as much as we can, keep our frontline teams safe? There are things we can do to innovate. There are more things we need to do to innovate. And S&C inspections are a particular focus at the moment, as well as other things. But I've listed here a number of questions that we should all be asking ourselves, me included, to make sure that we make this change, not be observers in this change, and certainly not be obstacles in this change. And I'll be using this slide and building on it, but I'm immensely proud of the things that we've done so far to innovate, modernise, reduce risk, risk-based maintenance, PLPR, and there's many, many more things that we've done. And you will not know it, but you will have saved people's lives. You will certainly be reducing near misses, and nobody will say thank you to you for doing that, because nobody thanks you for the accident or fatality that you've not had. But our duty, our moral duty, is to make sure that we innovate as much as we can to make sure that our assets remain safe, because nobody wants a failed asset, and make sure our teams remain safe. I'm not going to go through all these bullet points here, but I'll circulate these slides, obviously. Kate, can you move on a slide? I wanted to come and give you a free gift. Everyone likes a free gift. A number of times I've been out and about on tour and talking to people about the challenges they face to get open line working reductions, and it's clear to me there are opportunities that may have not been taken. This is one such one. So slide chair oiling, messy old task, and so we can prove that near misses are statistically more likely to happen at S&C. And back along, I don't know if I've got any of my Western colleagues on the other side of the TV here today. We experimented with Interflon. I know that's happened in Scotland and other places as well. And the way that we initiate the use of Interflon was an obstacle to using Interflon, and the Interflon inference is that we can reduce the amount of times we need to visit slide chairs and S&C layouts to oil them. I'm pleased to say that in the last few weeks, there's been revised guidance, and I don't know if I've got Rob Lacey on here, but we've now got an approved initiation method for Interflon for slide chair oiling, and I would ask that every one of you that runs a track section where you go out with sloppy old buckets of grease to oil slide chairs, you now seriously consider the take up of Interflon. The pie chart on this slide is an MST breakdown for one track section manager, and the red arc is slide chair oiling, and that's manual old school slide chair oiling. And Interflon, obviously you can reduce the frequency of attendance after you've gone through the initiation phase. And on this particular section here, they were doing 60% open line working and then telling me that there was nothing they could do to improve their situation on that. And the reality is there are some free gifts around, and I'd ask for you all to look for those free gifts if you manage a section or a group of sections, and you make sure that we use some of the simple techniques that are available to us now to reduce the amount of hours that we spend on open railways. And this is genuinely a free gift, and I'd ask for you all to take it up. I've given the MST breakdown on the right hand side of all the sections, all the delivery units, and the number of tasks where manual slide chair oiling is currently in ellipse. And I'd ask you all to think about how fast can you flip to the new Interflon regime now that there is a much simpler way to transfer from old grease to new Interflon that's not over the top, as it were. So there's a free gift for you there. And I think that's my last slide, Kate. There we are, last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. No, thank you for taking the time to be with us today and for delivering such an impactful presentation. So again, thank you to Nick, thank you to all of our presenters for this morning. This does move us into our first Q&A session. Just to remind people to pose your questions using the question functionality within GoToWebinar. I will move on to the first question that I have. So Nick, this is a question for yourself. What do you think the biggest challenge is in relation to completely eliminating red zone working?
The people, us. Where there's a will, there's a way. I know that to be true. My old route, Western, hang up the flags on Monday. Okay, Scotland did it very, very quickly. I know we just heard from Liam. Scotland did it very quickly, and why? Because they were determined to do it. And I think when I look around the country, there are strongly held belief systems. I'm not criticizing people, but there are strongly held belief systems. And when I put data to some of those strongly held beliefs, I can change people's opinions when you look at data-driven intelligence on risk. But where there's a will, there is a way. There is certainly a will from Network Rail now. You've got overwhelming leadership air cover to do this, and you've got the advocacy of all train operators to negotiate sensibly the right access you need to maintain your railway without trains moving. You've never had a better opportunity, and the biggest obstacle will be us.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so I'll move on to the next question. Just a point, I think Kevin Patterson, you had a question for Nick, but the question hasn't come through. So if you could post that again, we'll try and get to it. John, this is a question for yourself. So post-COVID, where do you think the biggest opportunities are to address some of the rail industry challenges that you described?
Yeah, thank you, Ian. So just having a bit of a think about that. Very similar answer to, I think, to Nick's. This is about us, this is about people. I will immediately rope in competency capability into that. Why wouldn't I? Because it's my theme as president. But actually, there's a point about being a learning culture, inquisitive, challenging. So it comes down to the human factor of our biggest opportunity is actually being willing to listen, willing to challenge, welcoming it, encouraging it. You heard Gareth earlier saying about please challenge the standards. I'll confess, and I know this has been recorded, so I'll try to phrase it so this doesn't come back and haunt me. But over the years, I've heard people commenting, it's the standards. That's okay, I don't mind standards being challenged, but please, whenever your colleagues also challenge the standard, I'd say, well, exactly what is wrong specifically, and what do you think could be done which is better? And that actually accelerates. So I think those are the opportunities really, is that learning culture, being willing to listen. That's where our key opportunity is. I won't turn around and say there's one piece of technology over another. I genuinely think this is about us back to basics, focusing what's really important and actually getting rid of the chaff. That's my answer.
John. Thank you, John. So I do have another question that's dropped in, or a couple more coming in now. So I've got one from Peter Green. It is very easy to remove the red zone working. However, how are we challenging the union agreements nationally to enable the changes to be implemented long term?
Who's that for, Ian?
I'm guessing.
I think it might be.
I'm guessing Nick.
Over to you, Nick.
The first things first, there are masses of opportunities where we don't need to challenge the unions. Why challenge them if we don't need to? So, for instance, on Western, and I know I use Western, but I was head of maintenance in Western for 3 years before I did this. We haven't broken any of the roster terms and conditions. What we've done is evolved them inside the framework that's agreed at 2BC. And in doing that, and then modernising inside of the standards that John's just referred to with things like PLPR, intelligent infrastructure, risk-based maintenance, and talking to our train operator customers, from Monday, they've got a plan that requires no union punch-ups. I don't want to upset the unions. You know, why would we? We've got to work with them. So what I'd suggest that we do is we get into more explicit dialogue. I think we need to be honest, more honest and open with our unions with regard to the challenges that we face with regard to rostering. Signal workload in the afternoon drops off, but everyone goes home at 2 o'clock on the roster, if you look at my chart. And I think we need to have some honest conversations whereby we talk to our team members, and we ask them, the team members, to talk to their families and say, over the dinner table, would you like me to work in protected access that's 6 times safer? Because if you do, I might have to go to work 2 hours later and come back 2 hours later at night. Is that okay? And I think that is a really mature thing for us as an industry to evolve to. We are now getting 350 variations to the engineering access statement from this year, so that we can do meaningful maintenance. Just a half an hour on the end of midweek night possessions makes a phenomenal difference. And we're getting that. The train operators want to help us. But I would suggest there are some things with the unions that I think we need to get into dialogue about. I think the speed at which we innovate is one. Things like drones, we can. I mean, I've seen recently we haven't got people in the cabs of trains because of COVID. We're reducing or putting more people into green zone type working, so we've got less people out there on the track. Drones are the technology is phenomenal. But there's other things as well. You know, how can we inspect S&C without putting a human being at the highest risk location? How can we heat watch without putting a human there? And these are great challenges for people like us that are engineers. But I think the unions have genuinely got to make sure that they are wedded to the fact that we don't want to go to Tyler's funeral next Tuesday. And it is next Tuesday. Okay, and I think the innovation side of things and what we do is challenging. In time, with the cost pressures on the industry, there will inevitably be a discussion about the framework of the way that our company is structured, and that will happen in due course in the way that's above my pay grade. But for now and for the Track Worker Safety Task Force, there are a number of things that we can do and we should do to take people on this journey. It's not an us and them. There are things that everyone has to do to take collective responsibility. I mean, interestingly, when John said there about blaming the standard, this piece of paper that hasn't got a heartbeat or a brain, it's just a thing. And I've known so many people blame 019 or blame their pack or blame this or blame that. The reality is, I'm not dismissing that. What I'm saying is we can and we must take collective and individual responsibility to change what we can ourselves first, because it is more effective at doing that, and you can make a massive difference doing that. So I don't want to take on the unions, but I do wonder how many, I mean, the majority of the people on this call here will be maintenance. It took me 2 years to challenge, I think it was the first 18 rosters on Western. They're now way on with that, of the 54 section managers on Western. But once we got into a rhythm of not challenging disrespectfully, but for the right reasons, the rosters, you can align people with safer access. And we have got a legal and a moral duty to do that. And I would recommend that everyone does that first, because the machinery is there now to do it. Is that okay, Ian?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. So I'm going to move on to a question for yourself, Liam. So at the start of the pandemic, if you knew then what you knew now, how would you have changed your approach to things? Hindsight.
I think the most obvious thing, we were, if I talk Glasgow, I think we were 4 months into the pandemic before we started to really challenge track access time. And not actually say give us more time, but work with the planning teams to move blocking sections to the right side of a depot, and actually say, you know, trains are coming out the depot slightly later, so can we now move the blocking point to, you know, half a mile up the track, and unlocked maybe 90 additional minutes of working time on the ground. So we had some real challenges with rail conditions through our low-level tunnels, and that extra 90 minutes allowed us to lay at least 1709 per night on the night shift every night, pretty much for the course of the summer. And I do think, had we not asked that question, we probably wouldn't have been able to deliver that, and that brought with it all sorts of other challenges. But I think it ties in with a lot of the conversation so far. COVID has allowed us to start challenging in a way that we probably wouldn't have challenged prior to the pandemic. And I think people that work around me understand that I get frustrated very easily, and I've got quite a short patience span at times. And I do get frustrated with the standards, Nick, and I do use the standards as a whipping stick to say, why is this? And I know there's reasons, but I think I really do believe that had I was able to go back to like early March, I'd have probably found a way to stay at the office a lot more than I ever did, because working at home brings challenges, but challenging earlier on in the process and tying back into the union point, I think there's an element that we're the problem. It's not the trade unions, it's actually us, because we're too late to challenge and don't challenge in the right way, and very quickly it's seen as an emotive challenge rather than a practical challenge that says, here's my problem, help me fix it. And I think we've been most successful with, you know, the essential, non-essential task lists when we've actually started to bring them into a room and work with them. And by them, I mean section managers, engineers and the trade union. Whereas before it was top down, and I created the first Scotland track list that said this is essential and non-essential. What do I know? Go and ask the people on the ground that are doing it day and daily, and they'll tell us the answer, but that's not how we approached it. But when we got to version 2 or 3 of that same list, we realised our mistakes and actually brought people into the conversation that knew the daily challenges. And I know there's a couple of the Glasgow guys are on the call. Some of the best challenges we had were where we brought signal, like S&T based RMT reps into the room and actually got them to explain to us why they felt something was essential or non-essential, and that changed how we approached things. Didn't always get it right, still fight at times, but I think we fight less now than we did at the start of the pandemic. So yeah, that's what I would change. Hindsight's wonderful.
I think you've got a massive opportunity, Liam, what you said there with access. I've talked to a number of senior figures in the train operator community, and their businesses have changed irreversibly. You know, GWR, which was obviously on my old patch, they want to run trains at weekends to seaside resorts because the holiday market this year has gone mad, whereas the commuter peaks aren't there. So they've asked, what can we do differently? And they're not alone, you know. So there are things that, like you said, we can capitalize on this change, you know, to improve our, you know, not in a disrespectful way. There are things that we can do to take advantage of the situation, and we should. You know, things have changed.
Yeah, thank you all. We've got a few minutes left of the Q&A, so we'll try and get through one, maybe two more. So I've got a question for Nick from Matthew Kelly. With regards to line blocks, I have a fear that when taking line blocks during the day, staff are only getting a few minutes at a time. Is this adding a risk to staff in terms of mistakes being made and increase of accidents due to time constraints, and are tasks being completed fully due to the time constraints? So a question around taking blocks.
Yeah, it's a brilliant question, Matthew, so thank you. And it's a really good observation as well. I guess if I unpick that and say what's on my mind, if you look at the amount of effort that's put into planning a T3 possession plan, it's enormous. Yeah. And then you look at how much effort is put into planning line blockages, it's tiny. Okay. And a year ago, we didn't understand anything about line blockages, but 40% or 45% of our maintenance is done during the day. I now know, because we've captured data, that we take 25,000 line blockages every 4 weeks across the country. I know that to be true because I've got returns from nearly 700 signal workstations for months and months on end. I now know that we protect 28% of all line blockages with additional protection, up from 6% when we started. That's good. But when you start to look at the line blockage data, it's haphazard, it's irregular, we plan line blockages in the morning when signals are busy. There are natural opportunities at other parts of the timetabling day or day of the week to get better opportunities to do work in bigger white space yet. And I have, with the task force, I wasn't going to go into all of this, by the way, but now you've asked the question, I will. We have reviewed with a credible ergonomic assessment 700 signal workload on the workstation. So we know now how busy work signals are, day of the week, time of the day. We then, we're now 40% of the way through 700 signaler workload workshops, which then lead us on to line blockage registers. Yeah, a bit like the T3 PPS plan, but for line blockages. And what we are driving towards are predictable and repeatable line blockage opportunities that aren't overly complicated, that we can repeat, protect, repeat. Everyone knows when they are, where they are, and then you can roster your teams into them, and we can get quality through repetition. We're not there yet. We are a long way down the line, and we're probably about 18 months to go. And the new Rail Hub safe system of work pack, you know, the replacement for swaps, will have a direct integrated link to the new line blockage planning system, where those line blockages are a little bit like the EasyJet seat booking system. Once you've booked it, you can't double book it. And if you've got repeatable tasks, you do a certain patrol on a certain day of the week, every second week or whatever it might be, you can book that slot every 2 weeks for the period of that timetable indefinitely. And therefore, you know that you can get your compliant tasks done in a proper way. We're not there yet, but we've got a roadmap to it, and we're not that far from it. So stay with us and work with us, and we'll get you to that. Yeah. That's
excellent. No, thank you for sharing that. It's definitely the way forward. We've sadly run out of time for Q&A. Just to let everybody know, we are capturing all the questions, and for those questions that haven't been answered during the conference, we will get back to you after the event. So I want to thank the panel, and we're going to take a quick break now. We'll resume back at 10:35 with William Robery from Network Rail Consulting. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That went incredibly quick. Hopefully everyone's had a chance just to get up and stretch the legs. We're going to try and jump straight back in to keep us on time. So thank you all for, I hope, coming back. We've still got the numbers, which is great. I'd like to introduce William Robery, who's the Associate Director for Network Rail Consulting. Will is an experienced track engineering expert with knowledge of railway asset management, track maintenance leadership and technology introduction, a chartered mechanical engineer with 17 years of experience in the rail industry, managing teams and track assets to deliver high-performing railway. As a track maintenance engineer in Manchester, Will was directly responsible for leading and managing multidisciplinary teams for welding and grinding, track inspection, light and heavy maintenance, track and drainage renewals, and grade crossing inspections. While working as a consultant for Network Rail Consulting, he was responsible for developing an integrated inspection and maintenance regime for the North-South Railway in Saudi Arabia, based on train-borne methods. He introduced a data-based track renewal program as part of the new asset management regime and building the asset structure and processes for transit EAM software introduction in Boston, modernising switch inspection training for frontline staff, and developing the detailed specification and operating strategy for the introduction of train-borne track inspection to replace pedestrian inspections in Washington, DC. So yeah, welcome, William. Thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. I hadn't realised how difficult that bio was to read until you read it. Apologies for that.
I'll take a breath. Carry on.
So, hi everyone. Nice to virtually meet everyone. I'm actually over in the USA at the moment, so it's quite early in the morning here. So apologies if I've got bags in my eyes and it's a bit dark. So, as it says in the agenda, I'm going to give a quick overview of maintenance in the USA and my experiences of working here. Some of you might be wondering why an ex-TME from the northwest of England is in the USA. I actually work for Network Rail Consulting, who are a subsidiary of Network Rail. There's a map up on the screen that kind of shows where Network Rail Consulting are based across the globe. So we can see we've got three main offices or three main areas. Sydney in Australia, there's a count of around 26 people, and we've got another office in Riyadh, which I worked in previously, hence the part of my bio about the North-South Railway in Saudi Arabia. And then in the USA, we have a number of different offices on the east and west coast. And then we have an office also in Toronto. And you'll see on the map, it shows a head count of 6. Currently, we don't have anyone in Toronto because of the restrictions on entering and leaving Canada due to COVID. But hopefully when that all finishes off this year, we'll get back to the full strength. So the next 20 minutes of my presentation, sorry, I'm going to put my timer on so I don't overrun. There we go. Next 20 minutes of my presentation are really about my experiences of work in the USA and what I've learned about maintenance here, and some of my comparisons to what I experienced before working in the UK to what I found here. I've tried to be as pragmatic as possible at what I found, and I'll guide you through some of the things I've learned here, which would have kind of changed my view on the way we think did things in the UK and the learning I've made. So the first slide I've thrown up here is about just the size and expanse of US railroads. I think before I came to the US, I kind of had the vision that there was a bit of freight and there's New York Subway and Amtrak, and that was pretty much it. So it was quite an eye-opener to me when I arrived and realised just how much there is, and both in terms of freight, how big that is, and also just in terms of passenger transport, how much bigger that is than I'd ever appreciated before I arrived. So the first slide shows some numbers which are taken from some sites in the US, and that just shows just the size of the freight system here. So 140,000 route miles, and then the different class of railroads. So class 1 is kind of a major national railroads. There's 7 of those. There's 22 regional railroads, and then 584 local short line, and they are effectively just a branch line which links a power station or a factory or a quarry to the main rail network. So it's a big network with a lot of movement on it. It's worth $80 billion annually and 167,000 people employed. So it's a big industry here, much bigger than expected. The graph kind of squashed underneath just shows the amount of materials or moved by the freight network. So the grey line, that shows truck haulage, the red railroads, blue is water transport, and then green is air. So air is basically negligible. So you see the big two moves really are rail and truck, and here almost as much freight is moved by rail as is moved by truck. So it's probably a much bigger freight flow than in the UK. It's a really big industry. In terms of the structure here, again, it was something I had to learn when I arrived. It's not significantly different to what you'd expect to see in the UK. So at the top, there's the Department of Transportation, and underneath that sits a number of multiple different organisations. The ones which really are relevant to the rail industry are the FRA, the Federal Railroad Authority, and the FDA, which is the Federal Transit Authority. And they are they cover different parts of the industry. So the FRA is mainly based around the freight railroads and Amtrak, the major passenger transportation company. The FDA covers the local transit agencies, and they deal with both light rail, tram networks, but also things like ferries and bus systems as well. And then off to the side in the dotted line is the NTSB. So that is let's get my words right, that's the National Transportation Safety Board. So they're in charge of carrying out investigations. In that way, they're fairly similar to RAVE in the way they operate. So as you move down through the Department of Transport, FRA, FTA, and down to the agencies, you can see how the regulation and the use of funding is passed down into the different organisations. Those organisations together form a number of groups where they share ideas, and also use those groups to push back changes and feedback to the Department of Transport. So those two groups are AREMA. AREMA's, I guess, in a way similar to the PWI. So that stands for the American Railroad Engineering Managers Association. So it's really an association for railroad engineers and managers. So they have meetings and share knowledge. And the other one is the AAR, which is the American Association of Railroads. So that's an industry lobbying group, but they also have some subsidiaries which are Railink and TTCI. Some of you may remember TTCI are a technology centre, and they have a big test track based in Colorado. And if you remember the tubular stretch bars for S&C, they were tested on the TTCI track there. And Railink is a company that attempts to share information between different railroad organisations, and they oversee some of the information sharing on the railroad freight cars and how they move between different companies. So moving on, kind of a bit more into the direct part of working here. The main set of standards in the USA are the Federal Track Safety Standards, often known as Part 213. These apply directly to freight and Amtrak, so the FRA controlled organisations. But generally, from my experience, the transit agencies, although they develop their own standards, they are pretty much always based on the FRA requirements. And if you think a lot of engineers and rail workers are moving between different companies, it makes sense that they pretty much standardise the same set of requirements between transit agencies and heavy industry as well. So the FRA standards are a mix of minimum requirements and prescriptive actions. I suppose in many ways very similar to what we're used to in our UK standards. They are quite a lot smaller in terms of the volume. There's not hundreds and hundreds of different sections, and standards and substandards are pretty much all wrapped up into 213. The standards are quite prescriptive, and the use of RVM, RCM, and other, I suppose you'd say, more progressive methods for looking at how you manage your network and inspections aren't really encouraged. If you did want to apply those, you'd almost certainly have to go through a federal level waiver, which is like I suppose kind of like a T&C in many ways. They are agreed, but they can take a long while for those changes to actually make their way into a change to the standard. So last year there were the waiver standard changes came out from the FRA, and some of those had been waivers for a significant period of time. For instance, the change to ultrasonic inspection had been waived for 10 years, and that change, to my mind, was not a major one. It was a shift from a previous methodology where you'd have to stop the ultrasonic test vehicle every time you found a suspect, reverse it back to where the suspect was, get off, manually verify it from the train, so operator get off the train with a test kit, confirm that it was the size as picked up, and then get it on the train and move off and continue testing. And you can imagine 140,000 miles of network. If you're stopping every time you find a suspect, that really slowed down the testing process. So a number of freight organisations had put waivers in place so they could do continuous testing and go and verify later. But it was a slow process to get that pushed through. So I've quickly thrown in a page from the FRA standards to show you what they look like. You can see that generally similar in terms of tables, but it's probably a lot less detail and kind of the information that supports those tables. The class 1, 2 to 3, 4, 5 tracker is kind of like the American version of our EMGPTA, or sorry, our track classification process. Unlike the track classes we'd be used to, these are pretty much just based on speed and not tonnage and speed combined. So scroll through, as I said before, these are pretty much minimum standard requirements. So you see on the table here for alignment, you've got the absolute minimum values, or maximum values, and that's pretty much it. There's nothing there about what you need to do if you exceeded, and you don't really find intervention levels and alert levels as we'd be used to. It's just go, no go. So I guess having gone through some of the background, I wanted to get into some of the ways that we are similar and different in terms of actually delivering maintenance work. And there's a different way of doing things here, which I've kind of seen and got used to over the last few years of working here. And I think one of the biggest things I really noticed, and quite early on, is just the different types of machinery you get for doing maintenance and track renewal tasks. So single purpose machines are pretty popular. The image I got here is a small cut of a sleeper replacement job. And if you go and look on the internet, on YouTube, you'll find there's a number of videos of this type of work going on, showing in detail how these kind of fleets of single purpose machines work in a kind of systematic approach where they'll move down to complete one task at a time. I think the thing that really stood out to me is I'm used to doing sleeper replacement with a single 360 with a number of attachments, and you'd do everything with one machine, and probably a skeleton crew of 3 or 4 staff, and then you compare that to these single-use machines where every machine is manned by a different operator, and I mean they can stretch out for half a mile in length when they're all working together. So what you're seeing in the photograph I've attached here, so the machine at the front is a tie extractor and installing machine, and then behind that you've got a kind of miniature roll-mounted crane. The tie installer and extractor machines, they will literally drag a timber tie out from underneath the track and dump it just off the end of the tie ends or sleeper ends. And then you need to have a crane behind, which you can see, which grabs the ties and stacks them on the side of the track, and then moves the new ties in behind it. Sometimes you'll have one that does both. Sometimes you'll have a second crane that follows on later on and drags the new ties into place. You'll also have a vehicle with a magnet on that picks up the old plates and clips and moves them clear the track or sets them down for reuse. And then you have a second tie installer which comes through afterwards and puts new ones in, and then you'll have a spike installer machines that spikes the plates onto the new ties, and then you'll have a brush machine regulator that goes through after that, and then you have a tamping machine that goes through after that. So you can imagine by the time you've got a large re-sleeping job, you've probably got a fleet of 10 machines, each with an individual operator on board. So that was quite interesting to me, and I think there's a number of reasons why you end up with having multiple machines as opposed to one. Some of the reasons from talking to different agencies I've come across is there are some union restrictions on the use of different machines. So a machine which its primary objective is digging may have an operator who's represented by one union, whereas a machine where its primary objective is lifting things could have a operator whose union representation would be from a crane controlling union, say digging versus lifting. So there's it can be that you literally cannot have the same operator to work two different types of job, and therefore you'd put a different machine on. Some of it is just historic, is that these single-use machines are kind of always been around, and they're popular and everyone knows how to use them, and they seem quite simplistic and easy to maintain. So there are some kind of regulatory issues, and there are some just historic, that's how things worked. I would say I have seen 360s used in some agencies, and I think there is some discussion about whether there is a benefit to having single-use machines, and you can kind of see those conversations going on within the industry. So the second thing that I've really noticed, in addition to the single-use, is that some of the plant, to my eye, seems quite old-fashioned in the style of it. This is a picture of a rail crane here. You can see it's very similar to kind of a steam powered crane you probably would have seen parts of in Crewe Yard or pictures from the turn of the century, except it's obviously not steam powered anymore. But it's kind of a quite simplistic divide of pulleys and lifts, and compared to some of the systems we'd use with either an RRV based crane or some of the larger Kirov machines, they're a bit more limited in kind of how you can use them to carry out tasks. You can get larger cranes. So I have seen a Kirov in use here. I think Amtrak have one based in Philadelphia. But generally the use of kind of significant sized cranes, which are rail mounted, is not as common as we'd be used to. So the last really significant thing I've noticed here, and this is a big one, is that wood really is king here for sleepers, and they use extensively, and generally they work very well. I think from when I left Network Rail, I was not a big fan of wood sleepers. They tended to cause me a lot of headaches and take up a lot of my time. So it was a big change to me to get to work on networks where they were still very popular, and quite often the primary choice of sleeper on the network. So I think there's a couple of reasons again for why that changes here. One is they are pretty inexpensive here. You mentioned the northwest of USA and in Canada have huge tracts of forestry, so getting hold of timber sleepers is pretty low cost in comparison with concrete. I think the other major difference is just the way the network operates. So you see the picture of the freight railroad behind on the image. The trains here are big, particularly the freight trains, really enormous. They can take a long time to pass you if you ever stop at a grade crossing, and some of the double stacked container traffic, they can be a mile, 2 miles long in some cases. So really sizable vehicles. In between those running across the network, you have big gaps during the day, so you can get in and do a lot of maintenance tasks between traffic. So things like changing out ties on daytime shifts is perfectly acceptable and doable in the traffic patterns you have. In addition to that, the maintenance techniques, particularly on the freight, tends to be really designed at kind of continually keeping the railway in operating condition. So it's less focused on having it in an optimal condition. You keep it going so it's safe for traffic, and that's the target, to keep everything moving. On the freight lines, the speeds are lower, and timber can be quite forgiving. Those impact loads which would really smash up a concrete sleeper, they can be absorbed more easily by the timber. So if you're just going through and doing a constant 1 in 4 replacement, so you've always got one good sleeper or tie, and then 3 in between are in various stages of deterioration. You always keep it at a safe operating level. So in terms of managing a large network at low speed with big gaps in between the trains, where you don't need to have optimal track geometry, it's a pretty sensible and cost-effective approach compared to replacing entire networks with concrete sleepers and then replace them all at the same time. One other thing that I did want to pick up, because I've seen it in use a lot of places over here, are what's referred to as guarded switches. So I think this is a really clever idea for low speed switches, and I don't think I've ever seen them. I don't think I've ever seen them in the UK. I was trying to think if I've seen them on tram networks. I'm not sure I have either. So this is effectively, you place a check rail or guard rail at the switch tip. So when as you can see the photo here, the switch is set for the turnout move. It just retains the rail wheel or the flange between the rail and the check rail. When you throw the switch across into normal operation, the switch actually sits underneath the guardrail top, so it protects it from damage in the open position. So it's just a quite effective way for low speed switches to prevent any damage or wear patterns at the top, tipping the rail out, sorry, the wheel over the top of the rail. So it's just quite a simple and effective approach. There are some negative sides to it. One is that when they switch in the open position, it's really hard to see the condition of the switch. So you have to throw switches over to have a look if there's any damage on there. But generally, it's I think it's a pretty good idea. So I think the last thing I want to just the future of maintenance here. I mentioned earlier on the slide about this slow approach to some of the changes to the federal level, and I think that is changing. And some of the changes came out last year and year previously show that in terms of the standards, things are moving on. US railroads are currently pretty well funded, and those who watch the international news will have seen that Joe Biden's new administration just signed in a huge funding bill, and some of that money goes to transit and railroads, and there's also big sets of infrastructure money in the pipeline which are promised as well. So you can see at the moment things can always change. There appears to be funding for improvements and changes to the infrastructure here. The standards definitely are being pushed for changes, and you can see some of those coming out over the last couple of years. And then in addition to that, there are in the wings some big changes happening, moving things forward. So train bore inspection has big benefits here, just in the size of the network. A lot of agencies are moving that out. And then remote condition monitoring as well is for the next big step. And you can see with some of the changes to signaling systems, there's a real opportunity there to implement remote condition monitoring on switches and other areas as well. So although some of what I focused on is some of the use of more traditional methods here, I think the changes are really coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William. I see we've got a few questions dropped in already, but we'll park those for later. So no, thank you for joining us, and especially at such a unsociable hour. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to move on to John Nelson. So John is Principal Engineer for Competency and Capability in Northwestern Central. John has 14 years in the railway engineering, in route teams, maintenance, projects, and as I say, he's now with Northwest and Central Region. John, for a while now, has been the technical lead for the Longitudinal Timber Working Group, which is the focus of this topic today. And John is passionate about knowledge sharing and competence improvement across all track staff. So without any more, I'll pass over to John. Morning, John.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks. Good morning, everybody. So today I'm going to give you a really short presentation on managing longitudinal timbers, microjoules and more. And it's kind of my objective through this presentation to hopefully convince you, or convince as many people as need convincing, that using the microjoule will save us time, money and effort in the long run. And of course, there's some sort of safety benefits that I talk about as well, following on from Nick's presentation earlier also. So without further ado, through today's presentation, I'm going to really quickly touch on the basics at the very start. Not the basics of timber, just the basics of our management of timbers. I'm going to do a little bit of talking about when good timbers go bad, and that's quite quick because I know lots of engineers are very familiar with these situations. I'll spend quite a bit of time talking about the micro drill itself, and then where support will come from in future. And then, of course, there's an opportunity for combined questions at the end of the session or so, after the next presentation, obviously. But as Ian mentioned, the reason I'm here today is because I am the chairperson for the working group into longitudinal timbers as kind of a legacy of my previous role in the technical authority. So first things first, then, the basics of longitudinal timbers. Just to be clear on the language that I'm using, I know that across the industry we call them way beams, long bearers, wheel timbers, composite bolts, etc., etc. But a long timber is simply a bearer that sits beneath the rail or sits beneath the rail as it's parallel to the rail and holds the rail in its position in order to maintain gauge in the passage of trains, etc. There are about 13,000 longitudinal timbers across the UK rail network. Some TMEs will have thousands of them, and some TMEs might have just a pair or a few pairs, basically. So there's a real different distribution of the asset across the network. Now, the way we look at longitudinal timbers is split into three main areas, which are kind of the management of longitudinal bearers, so the administration, the paperwork, the ellipse side of things, the understanding what our asset is and where it is. Then we've got the inspection side of things, which is the actual understanding the condition, basically split down into a visual inspection done as part of the supervisor's walkout, and then done as part of a detailed examination once a year, in most cases. And then of course we've got the action that follows that, which is the repair and replacement side of things, so the actual delivery of physical work onto longitudinal timbers. Now, I make no apology for this, but the working group have been really heavily focused on the management and inspection side of things up until now, really. And that's because ultimately most of our risk sits in that area. Without understanding the condition of our asset, it's very hard to know what appropriate interventions would be. So lots of the work that we've done to date, and I'll talk about that in a few slides' time, really focuses heavily on the management and inspection side of things. And if you're familiar with the new TRK 3038 standard, you'll know that that of course focuses very much more heavily on doing adequate inspections and detailed examinations. So very quickly, when good timbers go bad, I will do a very light touch on these just to put them in context, because I think all kind of engineers are very familiar with what happened at Paddington Station in Platform 2. The only key point that I wanted to pull out of this is when the RABE did their investigation. They said the train derailed because the right-hand rail moved laterally under the weight of the train. The right-hand timbers had decayed to the point that they were no longer able to maintain the alignment of the track as the train passed over them. And specifically, we were only able to inspect this timber from two sides of it. So we couldn't see the underside, obviously, and we couldn't see one of the sides that was hidden against a concrete restraint, effectively. So we didn't know what the condition of the timber was like inside. There were some visual clues, but we didn't know definitely what the timber was like, what the condition of the timber was like inside. Next was in January 2020, a derailment at Wanstead Park, where long timbers were sort of implicated, along with a couple of other conditions or factors that I'll talk about as well. In context here, there was about 2.5 miles of damage to the track. I think the route was closed for 27 days and the repairs cost us about £8 million. So an incident that none of us really want to have to deal with or be involved in, although many of us will have been in some cases. Again, from the RABE report, they said the causal factor was the restraint was inadequate, leading to persistent problems with wide gauge. Specifically, Network Rail weren't aware of the condition of the timber, and also specifically there was a high lateral loading from a trailing bogey. So in this situation, I can kind of summarise it to say that the wrong wheel hit the wrong timber, but it is a fact that the timber was one of the causal factors in this derailment, because it wasn't able to withstand the forces that it should have been able to. An expert from Trada attended the site to dissect the timber, as you can see in the picture on the right hand side there, and estimated that probably about 70% of the cross section for a length of about 2 meters was inadequate, so not able to fulfill the purpose of the timber at Wanstead Park. Next up, we're looking at this one here, which is at Esmill Viaduct, which was a block the line fault in April 2020. So specifically here, this was identified through the track maintenance engineer and a section manager during their walkout. Following the kind of the inspection, they went back again later on to look at the route under load and identified there were indications of vertical movement. This kind of prompted a more tactile inspection to be undertaken, which is when the damage that we see in the pictures there was exposed. And again, I wasn't on site, so I can't really comment too much in detail about this, but we didn't understand the condition of the timbers because not all of the timber was visible, and of course on the surface it didn't look as bad as it does on the inside. You can see there's kind of a pattern developing here. I think this piece of work led to the replacement of sort of 66 timbers in July 2020. So again, not a cheap piece of work. And then finally, another incident that crossed my sort of radar was in the River Clougha in Wales on the 7th of July 2020, where once again, you can see that there are lots of visual indicators of the condition of the timber here, but we weren't able to weren't able to determine the condition of the longitudinal timber in its internal condition. And all the damage that you can see on these pictures here was inflicted by a boot or a screwdriver, so somebody kicking the asset to see bits fall off, which of course is not a place that we should find ourselves in ever really. So that puts a bit of context as to why we're so focused on why I'm so focused on longitudinal timbers through this working group. So next up, this is the roadmap then, which takes us from where we were in the past to where we're going to be in the future, hopefully. The top left starts with box number 1, which is about the Paddington derailment in August 2017. Between then and January 2020, there was quite a bit of work that went into improving the level 2 standard, which is TRK 3038, the competence frameworks, which demonstrate that we're competent to do the engineering that we should be doing, and of course the composite materials development, which I know John and Gareth talked about at the very start of the presentation also. I don't go into every box on this thing, but I wanted to pull out some key points for you. So item 06 will be aware that the new TRK 3038 was published in March 2020, and the compliance date for that is June 2021, which is box number 19. Down there. Moving along to box number 10, to pinpoint number 10, SIM 196 was issued in August 2020, which forced us to do a tactile inspection of all of our high-risk longitudinal timber assets. And I know that lots of that's been happening recently because I've been talking to some TMEs about what they found and what we can deduce from that. Next up, around to the left-hand side, it talks about on number 13, the new ellipse design. So that has now been signed off and is being rolled out to ellipse now. So ellipse will actually be able to hold all the data that TRK 3038 asks for as part of the register that you must keep of longitudinal timbers. So in a future version of TRK 3038, it will mandate that ellipse is the register we should use. But the system is now ready to take that data. Hopefully most TMEs will be aware of the 2 bits of training we've been doing through. So it's number 14, which is twice. We've got the TME awareness training and then the microdrill training as well. Both of them are being rolled out about now time. I suppose the TME awareness training is a bit delayed from autumn when we'd hoped it would be happening. But that's about saying to people the microdrill exists as a tool, which I'll talk about in a minute, and it can be used, and this is how to interpret the data. Then along the bottom, we've just got these references to the new track work instructions coming, the new detailed examiner competency, the compliance date for TRK 3038, and then ongoing assurance and thinking about repair techniques in future as well. Okay, so current support for TMEs, I've broken this down into 4 sort of chunks. The first one, top left, is the micro drill. Hopefully most people have seen it, but if not, there's a picture over there, and I'll talk about that in a bit more detail over the next slide or so. The next thing is composite materials. So these FFU bearers, which I think some people will be familiar with, but they are still a relatively new technology in our world. The FFU stands for fibre reinforced foam urethane, sorry, and there's loads of benefits to us of using these particular composite bearers compared to hardwoods or softwoods, because they have a longer lifespan than softwoods. They're made from recycled materials. They don't decay, and that's a real key fundamental benefit to us. Not having the decay to manage is a good thing for us. They're still workable like wood, so they can still be planed and drilled on site in order to make adjustments as necessary to get around bridge componentry, etc. They have non-flammable properties, and of course the real benefit is that they will reduce our maintenance interventions. Now, I don't have too much more detail to share about composite bearers, but if people are keen to know more, then at the end of this presentation, I'll talk about an open forum where we're hoping to have a bit of a discussion about these longitudinal bearers in a couple of weeks' time. So you're welcome to come along to that to find out more. The next slide across shows a picture of a camera strapped to a bridge. Now, this echoes really well with what Nick talked about earlier, because that camera is a device that we might be able to use in order to help support the requirement to observe a piece of track under load. And the video hopefully will play okay through the system, but it should show you that kind of in high definition, we can use this camera, which is solar powered and connected to the 4G mobile network, to it's motion activated as well, to look at very particular parts of the asset if we want to be able to identify where there is movement or where there is decay, or where there's something that we need to take a closer look at. Now, I would, TRK 3038 is written to say that assets have to be observed under load unless there is an alternative means that's written into the longitudinal bearer management plan, which is TEF 3279. And by using this camera in conjunction with dynamic gauges, it could be that we can justify, dependent on the risk, that this is a way we can look at longitudinal timbers under load for sort of only £400 per camera, which is not the cheapest thing in the world, but certainly not the most expensive either. And then the last picture on the right-hand side there shows, none of those guys are TMEs actually, but it was meant to indicate that there's some online TME training to understand how to interpret the microdrill, information for track maintenance engineers. And I'll talk about the dates for that at the end, although hopefully everybody is aware through the emails we've sent out recently about that. So the microdrill specifically, what the microdrill is, in fact, you can see a picture of it there. It's just a couple of kilograms and it's portable. You can take it to site, and in effect, it has a really thin drill bit in it, and that's the picture at the bottom. It's not to scale, but that drill bit is about 1.5 millimeters wide and 500 millimeters long, and it spins at about 2,500 RPM, and it pushes forwards at a kind of a rate as chosen by the user. The theory says that when it hits good solid wood, then of course it feels quite a lot of resistance to the spin and to the push. So, you can see there's resistance, you've got good wood there. When it hits decay, there's a lot less resistance to the spin and the push. So it spins a bit faster and it pushes a lot quicker. So it measures that resistance and gives us an output graph. The way I try to imagine this when we're talking about longitudinal timbers is a bit like the magic trick we've probably all seen in the past, where there's the magician's assistant inside a cupboard and we kind of stabbing that cupboard with knives, and the assistant's trying to avoid the knives, only our decay can't move anywhere. So if we stab enough knives into the timber, we're likely to find the decay, on top of knowing the key points where decay is likely to occur and where it's our biggest risk, like for example underneath the base plates where there's screw holes and where there's basically any area that water can access the timber as well. The output of the microdrill then is as shown on this slide here by the graphs on the side. So very, very briefly, and the TME course covers this in a lot more detail than I will, but on the right hand side there you can see you've got this resistance. So you can see the sawtooth graph. This green box refers to this green line, and you can see generally good wood in that top corner there. As the resistor graph continues forwards, it shows nothing at all, i.e. decay, and you can see really clearly here that there is decay throughout the rest of this timber. One thing to bear in mind is the holes weren't drilled in these exact locations. They're a few inches further in the other direction, basically, so things won't correlate perfectly, but it gives a quite good indication of what I'm trying to say the microdrill tells you. The yellow line here shows some good timber at the first part of the drilling, as you can see there. Then it shows decay, which you can see quite clearly over here. It then shows the good sawtooth effect with the moving of the ring, sorry, the widening of the wavelength here to match with the going around the pith, and then some decay in the bottom corner, as you can see down here. Now, without the micro drill, it's very likely we wouldn't have any idea of the condition of the timber underneath that top surface, basically. So this is where it really does offer a massive benefit to engineers in order for them to understand the condition of their asset that they can't visually see. The next slide is a similar example. So the yellow line again, this is the one on the top, shows really good solid wood there. You can see it going through the rings, the early wood and the late wood. Through here, it hits this patch of pith, which you can see in the middle there, which is a naturally slightly less strong part of the timber, although that's probably not the right word. And then in this strange wavelength we see here is to do with a knot that we can see down at the bottom of the timber there. And like I say, the TME training we've got helps people to interpret these graphs so they understand what the graph tells them about the timber that they're looking at. Then the bottom graph, as I've shown, this has got the green one down here, and that shows it going down at 90 degrees. This bit in the middle here is most likely to be where it sits in the rings instead of going through the actual timber. But like I said, there's more information on how to interpret this data properly on the TME course. The penultimate thing I want to talk about actually is where future support is going to come from then. So on the left-hand side, there's a picture of people doing research. So we've commissioned a research project to the value of £50,000 to bring us better information on what preservatives will do to long timbers, to bring a standard operating procedure for the micro drill. So at the moment, we're telling people what is best practice on how to use it, how to identify decay and where to drill. But what we want is to make that a much more formalized kind of track work instruction to help people do it consistently and better every time. And also we're building a model of decay. So that will help us to look at where decay starts, how it spreads, and also help us better estimate how much lifespan we've got left in timbers when we identify different amounts of decay. Because at the moment, we can't offer an action table that says measure this percentage means take this action. The second thing along there is to talk about the training for detailed examination of longitudinal bearer systems. So in summer this year, so around July time, we should have the pilot course for this training course. So we can train detailed examiners of longitudinal bearer systems in everything they need to know about the visual inspection, the sounding, augering, using a micro drill, and what decisions they can make based on all these different pieces of data. That's in development now and should be done sometime soon. There is a suite of 15 track work instructions in development, so these will be available again later on this year, and these cover things like how to store data in ellipse for longitudinal bearer systems, how to apply preservatives to longitudinal bearers, common defects that you might find and see, and then also surveying and measuring longitudinal bearers as well, because these are all areas where we can offer better advice and support. And then the final picture on the right hand side there is of preservatives. So this is from a study in the US actually, where a boron-based preservative gel was put into these timbers, and over a period of time you can see how it sort of dissipates within that piece of timber. This is really, really great stuff for us, because what this boron gel does is it effectively kills decay. So we might know we've got a timber that's in less than perfect condition, but if we can hold the line, it will give us a bit more time to be able to perhaps plan a repair a bit better and not to do it as an emergency compared to rushing something out within a matter of days, weeks or months. Also, if we can detect decay early enough, we can actually push off a renewal or repair for many, many years by using this preservative boron gel. And it's expected that there should be a trial certificate for that in the next month or so. The last thing that I wanted to mention then is the Long Timber Open Forum. So this is a group of people who, perhaps about 12 to 20 of us, I guess, who meet to talk about things involving longitudinal timber. So if you've got any issues, challenges, good practice, concerns, questions, or you just want to sit and listen and learn, then you're welcome to come along. The date is advertised there, the 20th of April. And the way to get on the invite basically is just send me an email and I'll forward the invite on to you. You don't have to attend for the whole session. It's from 3 till 4:30. You can just attend for 5 minutes or for the whole thing as you want to. But it just helps us to be able to share a bit of good practice, really, to be able to listen to what people's concerns are, especially about the new TIK 3038 standard, and also to hopefully put people with problems in contact with people with solutions. And then finally, as I mentioned, there's the TME training coming, and hopefully every TME is aware of that and has booked onto a session. If you haven't, there's still some slots available, and if there's no slots available, you can check yourself onto a wait list. So when I know there's more demand, we can look to have another session in future if needed. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time for listening and everything like that. And I look forward to questions later on.
Thank you, John. No, really interesting topic. So again, thank you for coming along to talk about it. Okay, so this next session, there's a young photo of me. I'm going to lead this session. This is about the track standard survey that was sent out in advance of the conference. I'll quickly introduce myself. So, principal engineer within Gareth's Network Technical Head Track team, part of John's wider Chief Track Switches and Crossings team within the TA. I've been with the rail industry for about 15 years. Started on the graduate scheme in Network Rail. In fact, did some summer placements before then, but in Anglo in 2006. I've worked in various roles, such as a technical officer within the maintenance teams, working with the IM fleet. I've worked as a project design engineer within traction and rolling stock, but with the last 12 years dedicated to roles within track engineering. As mentioned before, very excited to be taking on my new role of leading Gareth's maintenance team and becoming the main point of contact for within the TA for our track maintenance community. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So as you all know, there was a survey sent out. We've heard many times today about encouraging the opportunity to challenge controls within our standards. This is very much about that, getting some feedback from the end users on the track standards framework. If you've not had an opportunity to do so, the next 10 or so minutes is that opportunity to use the QR code on here, and feel free to turn the volume down and take the 10 minutes to focus on the survey. For those that have had an opportunity to look at it and to respond, thank you very much. What I'll do is we're going to go through some of the initial results from this Monday. If you go to the next slide, please, Kate. So as of Monday, we had about 30 responses. That has climbed actually to, let me just check, to about 51 responses. So we've definitely had an influx of responses today. We will, of course, review the results after the conference and provide that feedback on what the survey is telling us. So 2 points to note: the purpose of the survey ultimately is to get feedback from the end user. We've also included some questions in there around technology to look at your thoughts on technology that could assist with improving the effectiveness of asset management. So we asked 5 questions. We asked a particular set of questions around TRK 001, one of our largest standards, around what would you prioritise and why. We've moved that on to looking at other level 2 and other level 3 standards as well. And then we move into a few questions around what technology would help you to maintain the asset more effectively. What, in your view, prevents successful change implementation? And are there any locally developed or developing technologies that you believe could be rolled out nationally? So if we move to the next slide, please, Kate. I'm just touching upon a few of the results. I'm not going to be going into them in a huge amount of detail. We'll do that afterwards. The first few slides are looking at some initial thoughts around TRK 001. So majority of responses against mod 2 currently. I think that's still the case, actually, looking at the most recent results. Just some of the thoughts that were coming through: techniques to reduce boots on ballast, very topical, of course. Equally, the next 2 around BVIs moving to night and considerations for red zone prohibition. A couple of points around clarity as well on observant infrastructure under load, and clarification on what to do if patrols cannot be completed. Moving on to mod 3, a thought around a definitive method should be clarified for level 1 stressing, and mod 4, a point to note around temporary joint tables needing updating. Moving on to S&C, mod 5, updates to include automated inspections. I believe that work is ongoing. If we move to the next slide, please, Kate. Okay, so we've got a couple of responses around mod 6 and mod 7. So the first one around visual inspection, ultrasonic and eddy current testing. and particularly related to introduction of B-scan and rollout of B-scan usage, and introduction of U21 and new system for all probes on. I've had a comment around mod 7, and again this is again very topical, and this probably aligns to more than just mod 7, but reviewing how we've done things differently as a result of COVID, and obviously on a risk-based review, but actually is there some learning, I guess, from what we've done differently in COVID to help improve the controls and strengthen our controls. Mod 9, looking at loss of rail section. So rail depth only allows for one reading to be input, and is hard in locations that have tunnels, so improving the I guess flexibility of the TEFs. Some contradictions to consider, and again clarifications around implementation or interpretation. Mod 10, rail profile management. So old rail with low deterioration, are the minimum actions too onerous versus the level of risk? And resource availability for train-borne grinding of rails in plainline and S&C came through there. So if we can move to the next slide, please, Kate. Moving on to some of the later mods. Mod 11, track geometry. Define a standard process for TVAs during periods of extreme weather. Inclusion of new track geometry processes such as Tiger, and again this work is ongoing. A comment around with the implementation of 4 weekly recording, a review of the associated actions needed to be completed, i.e. are they still appropriate? One at this moment in time around track handback, again clarity on guidance around many maintenance activities, a couple for hot and cold weather management, differential between maintainer and renewals contractor regarding allowable SFTs during risk assessment needs to be assessed, and managing track in cold weather risk of unthawed ballast, so less than -7 degrees on ballast compaction to be noted. Thank you very much for those comments. If we move to the next 2, these are the final ones that we've got so far with track 001. Mod 16, track geometry inspection and minimum actions. I think the comment here was actually provided, it was directed at all track standards by the respondee. So consideration of 2 key factors for limits and actions, so rate of deterioration and performance criticality of the asset. Until standards are rewritten, it's difficult to apply RCM, predict and prevent, to track asset management in a significant way. And finally, we've got mod 19, a couple of comments on mod 19 to include the pending change to access restrictions mentioned previously, how to mitigate against not seeing the track under traffic, again mentioned previously as well, staff shortage and lack of access as a consideration. So those are some of the initial thoughts. Again, this is just a snapshot. We'll provide some more detailed feedback after the conference. If we move to the next slide, please, Kate. Yeah, again, very quickly through the level 2 and 3. So we've got a couple of points to note on here. Haven't got any details as to why that still needs to be assessed, but we've got some points raised around 2049 track design handbook and 3011 continuously welded rail, and a couple of other topics mentioned around gauging, localized head loss, and level 1 and 2 stressing, which was again mentioned previously. So we move to the next slide, please, Kate. Level 3 track standards. A few more of those have been mentioned so far. Shan't read through them all. I'll let you just have a quick scan of those just there. Again, reasons why these opinions have come through will be fed back. And again, if we can move to the next slide, Kate, conscious we might be running out of time. Moving on to the technology aspects. So we've got quite a few responses actually so far with regards to technology that would help to maintain assets more efficiently. A couple of general themes actually around focus on improving or optimizing technology we currently have and improving existing data accuracy, and linking to that better positional accuracy from train-borne recording to align all data. Reduce track access or technology to help gain efficient track access. So again, a bit of a common theme coming through. Access to sideware data and dashboards to automate sideware recordings. And again, this was a general themes coming through from a lot of responses around more use of remote condition monitoring. Some specific things that came through around hot weather watch person. So as John mentioned before, pleased to say we've got a hot weather working group established. And certainly technology is going to be a key part of what we do going forward to improve our controls in that space. Felix automated S&C inspection, again, ongoing piece of work. And again, drones have been mentioned a few times today. So the rollout of drones inspections and looking at what other applications we can use drones for. App-based stress informs, more reliable rail depth and profile monitoring using train-borne systems. Detection of VLS type defects over longer length of track and software systems which calculate rate of deterioration, asset performance criticality and apply appropriate MAC. Again, linked to some of the proposed suggestions for the standards. So if we can move to the next slide, Kate, thank you. Won't read these ones out, I'll let you have a quick scan of these. So these was just some of the opinions on what is believed to be preventing successful change. I'll leave that up for 10 or 15 seconds for you to have a quick look at. Broad range of things here. I think a theme for me here was around communication and engagement at the right stages of development and implementation. And again, there's some comments here around alignment to strategy as well, from both a bottom up and a top down approach. So if we can move to the next slide, this is my final slide. Apologies, it's quite small. And again, we got quite a few, quite a bit of insight into things that are already ongoing. Some of them we've heard today already. Others are other initiatives from across some of the different regions. So again, we'll pick these up as we go forward and see what we can do with regards to learning from the community and sharing best practice. So that was just a really whistle-stop tour of some of the early outputs from the survey. Thank you very much for continuing to comment and to provide your thoughts into it. I think my last slide is just a closing slide. So the survey will remain open until the end of this week. So if you haven't had an opportunity to yet, please do so over the next few days. Share your thoughts and we'll pull those together. So I think that now takes us into the final Q&A session before we have a slightly longer break. I'll go straight into the questions we have online. So I think we've still got John and William with us. Yes, great. Thank you for returning, guys. So I'm going to take a question for William to start off with. So we've got a question from Ian Dean. Are the USA interested in ISO standards? I'm currently working on the track geometry one with Japan, who also utilize chord offset measurement systems. I'd be very interested in understanding the USA standards in this field.
Okay, I guess I think coming back to the part of my presentation, that the FRA seems to be pushing ahead with some modernizations, and I know they've been discussing some changes to the track geometry standards. I don't know how far through that process they are. I think they do seem aware of the ISO standard in several other areas, and I think they might be interested in adopting some best practice. But whether or not they are at that stage at the moment, I wouldn't want to comment on really. So it's a bit of an on the fence answer, I'm afraid. Probably yes, don't know exactly where they are.
Okay, no, thank you, William, and I guess Ian can follow up with you potentially afterwards if need be. Okay, so I've got a question here from Stephen. Welcome for John. John, so what are the environmental considerations or hazards to consider if drilling FFU on site? So, for example, swarf into watercourse, etc. I think you might still be on mute, John. Oh, we've got you back. We've got you.
Hi, yeah, sorry, it's I was locked out of it. Anyway, long story. Yeah, I don't have a full answer for you. I'll be honest, Stephen, at the moment, because there's work undergoing through another team in the technical authority about writing the processes for working with timbers and the different controls we have to make sure that we don't harm any of our staff or the environment, etc. I can put you in touch with the person who will know that information, and I believe actually it should be in a state where it's ready to be published quite soon, but I don't have the information to hand to answer that question straight away. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you, John. I think, do we still have Gareth Evans on the call? I've got a question for Gareth if he's still here.
Hi, Ian. Yes, I'm still here.
Hi.
And I can perhaps help with that last question as well.
Okay.
So we are going to be publishing the track work instruction for working with FFU by June. And there are some considerations around the release of sort of the glass fibre elements of the material which need to be controlled with some additional sort of site controls. But actually Southern region and South East route have been sort of helping us pioneer those controls with the sort of the most recent installations of the material. So I think we are in a good place. We know what those controls are and they'll be communicated shortly.
Thanks, Gareth.
So moving on from there, Gareth, I do have a question for yourself. So this is from David Clements. So for Gareth in line of sight of strategy and track, TA, asset management, maintenance, and AIS all have differing priorities. We need a line of sight strategy for the projects going on randomly across the UK. How can we assure this line of sight?
So thanks, Inga. Thanks, Dave. Great question. Couldn't agree more. That is one of the challenges of the new asset leadership group for track, which is the meeting that our chief track and S&C engineer John chairs with the regional track leads. We are drafting, based on the sort of an industry technical strategy, what the track engineering response to that looks like. And I agree that needs to have endorsement, support, and probably sign up from the kind of stakeholders that deliver those changes in capability, like asset information services. I think we can take the opportunity we've heard about earlier to get behind the requirement to work in a safer way on the railway to drive that technology and capability change at a faster pace in response to some of the perhaps treacle we've been walking through previously. I as much as anybody, is frustrated about the pace of change sometimes in, for example, improving our train-borne inspection capability. But there are green shoots. We've got an IM fleet improvement program run by Steve Chambers, who works for Jason Saxon, that is looking to develop that capability. And it's been held to account by some pretty senior stakeholders from across the business in regional teams, as well as sort of the TA and elsewhere. So I think there's hope, Dave. I am sharing the draft sort of technical strategy with as many people as I can get hold of to feedback comments, and I think that's one way I'm hoping to take that forward.
Great stuff. Thank you, Gareth. So I've got my next question is from Joshua Houston. This is for yourself, William. Although in the US you have multiple OTMs to do the work, in your opinion, what is the more effective approach? The way the US do the work or the UK with one machine?
So yeah, it's a good question. I think from what I've seen, and there probably are occasions when the US approach is more effective, but generally from what I've seen, I think the multi-purpose machine is more, and that's just based on the number of staff you need to run a job. So it's a bit difficult trying to explain it, but if you do go online and just search on YouTube for like CXX tire replacement, and it will bring up loads of videos of these, and you'll see when you've got multiple machines, you're kind of limited to the pace of the slowest one of those. So you'll have 20-30 machines, some of the big jobs, or maybe 5 or 6 on some of the smaller ones, and they will be backed up by whichever machine has got the slowest operator or the slowest part. So you really aren't getting maximum efficiency out of it. Compared that to using one machine that does everything, you kind of do each task at its own pace and then drop back and go back through it again. So I think just based on the number of people on site and the pace that you can do the work, it's probably more effective to do it in the way that we do. There's a bit of a caveat on that. I suspect that if you're doing 1 in 4 tyre replacement for 140,000 miles of track, you might struggle a bit using a 360 RRV, and it's unlikely in the UK would ever want to do that volume of tyre replacement. Sorry, sleeve replacement. I've been here too long. So it's probably slightly horses for courses. I think for smaller jobs, our way, UK way, is probably more effective. For big jobs, I wouldn't like to really hang my hat on either one, but I think probably if I did, having multiple machines probably would work better in that case.
Thank you, William. John Nelson, question for yourself. You may have covered this one, but it might be worth clarifying. How can I get involved in the Longitudinal Timber Working Group?
Oh yeah, great question. So the best thing to do would probably be to attend our open forum on the 20th of April, as advertised in the slide. And just come along and sort of have a chat with some people. And if you're keen to actually get involved in the working group, then we're dead keen to kind of bring people on board who have got a sort of an ambition to make things better and to drive forward completing track work instructions and refining the standard, etc., etc. There is an ambition, isn't there, to build these kind of communities of practice, which I think is where the working group will mesh with the Longitudinal Timber Open Forum. So we've got a good group of people who are knowledgeable and able to support other engineers with it. But if you want to know more, get in touch with me by email or come along to the open forum, and we can chat about it in more detail then.
Lovely, thank you, John. I'm going to direct the next question to yourself, William, whilst we've got you. So this is from Brian Counter. So the PWI has been involved in AREMA conferences and talking to them about sharing knowledge and research. Have you any views on the AREMA publications for track and any advantages for the UK rail to learn from the US? So Brian Counter, Technical Director of the PWI. Okay, so
so AREMA does produce some pretty good documentation, I guess, along the lines of the PWI handbooks that we can get hold of, and they are widely used. Certainly the agencies I've worked in, they usually have a copy of those in all the engineers' offices, and they'll pull them out and use them for reference. So yeah, I think they do a good job of really combining some of the best practices across the US. I think in terms of best practice I've learned over here, I threw up that picture before, the guided switch, which I generally think that's a really good idea for low speed switches, just in terms of the amount of effort from my old TME days I'd put into maintaining switches in sidings, which always took much more of my time and my team's time than it really should have done, keeping them in good condition. And actually, all right, if you put a guided switch on, you can let the thing run at a much lower condition, and some might argue we shouldn't be doing that. But on the flip side, well, it's a 5 mile an hour, 50 mile an hour siding. If you're gonna cut corners and let something deteriorate, you're probably best off being there on the main line and focus your attention on the main line. So I think that's one thing that I've learned here that I really like the idea of. The other thing that I've really picked up is just the management of hot weather here. The range in Washington DC is a much bigger temperature range than we would ever have in the UK. So minus 15 degrees centigrade winter is quite normal here, and plus 45 degrees centigrade in summer. So it's a big range. As I said, a lot of the track is on timber, and ballast shoulders aren't always great, and yet we don't have the same issues here of hot weather management. There is not blanket speeds at certain temperatures, or certainly none of the temperatures that I've lived through whilst I've been here. And I think part of that is they have a much deeper profile on the timber sleepers than we have, and that really helps with some of the lateral movement issues you might get. And I think they have a more site-specific method for doing stressing as well, from what I've seen. So they'll look at the individual temperature ranges in the sites where they're doing, and there probably is some learning we could take from the US on how we manage some of those issues with stressing and temperature management. That definitely worth taking across to the UK.
Thank you very much for that, William. We'll definitely use this opportunity as a springboard to take on some of that learning. Okay, so I'm just looking at time. unfortunately, we've just gone to 1:45, so I don't want to delay anybody for their for the break. So all the other questions, as I said before, we will capture those and we will speak to the presenters to try and get a response to all questions. So again, thank you to the panel. Thank you to everyone for presenting. We're going to go on a short break now and we will return. We'll resume at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the final session for the Track Maintenance Engineering Conference. I'd like to introduce Jason Wardle, name right, sorry, Jason, Program Engineering Manager for Network Rail. Jason's going to talk to us about improvements in maintenance. So Jason has been involved in the track discipline, maintenance, renewals and projects for over 30 years. He's got 12 years as a TME, 12 years as an IME, and a spell as IMDM. His current role is Program Manager for Infrastructure Director East Midlands, and is responsible for how technology can be embedded into maintenance in East Midlands to add value and reduce the time required to complete tasks safely. So welcome, Jason. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so it's been a really exciting time with everything that's going off with the new technology and the way we change in maintenance. So I'll just give you some background on some of the stuff. So I've been asked to give you an update on the workbank optimization work streams that are currently underway and the future plans. I'll just take control of that, and hopefully that moves on to that slide. So the several schemes at various stages of development, which will be piloted in the next few months. PLPR prototype will feed into the PLPR pilot starting in March. The track geometry pilots starting mid-April. We'll be looking at reducing the effect of future service affecting delays due to cyclic top by 51%. PLPR pilot has a goal of halving the section manager's time taken to manage the faults that are coming off PLPR. Looking ahead to the third quarter of 2021, initial rail profile management capability will be deployed. In mid-2022, we will see the rail floor, IRJ and ballast profile pieces of work. The scopes of these are to be formulated and follow-on workshops are to be arranged. The II program is working really closely with the infrastructure monitoring program to align the improvements they will deliver with the robustness of data capture and the release of the new product. Next slide. So a new look level 3 document is now available for CWR. That changes how we implement risk-based maintenance. This is available on the quarterly standards briefings. The new level 3 document outlines the changes to the RBM regime setups and the previous requirements to have bespoke workshops to create the revised regimes. The new risk-based maintenance regime approach has been utilised to use reliability-centred maintenance techniques alongside the knowledge gained from multiple implementations across the network. It's just a massive drive to make this simpler for people to embrace the RBM process. Yeah, so some of the standards are going to be changed. So to enable the risk-based maintenance to change, there's further transition to the risk-based maintenance regimes to a full rewrite of the Track 01 modules that include all those with references to RBM. This is a huge undertaking to rewrite them. So we're doing it in a prioritised order. S&C is our first one that we're starting. Jointed track may be included and rail management into that, but we're just working through the timelines on that. Ultimately, this will mean we'll be able to implement risk-based maintenance much more quickly without the requirement for bespoke local workshops. Starting in March, there were workshops with reps from all regions to develop these changes. And as I said, the S&C workshop's the first one starting today. S&C is expected to take about 6 weeks for the workshops, and we review jointed track if we can in that capability. Rail management starts in April and is expected to take around 12 weeks, as this is the first time we've done this and use reliability centred maintenance to review this. Once the workshops are completed, the standards will be issued and for stakeholder review prior to publication. We aim to publish in preview and allow routes to utilise some of the new standards prior to formal publication. And the lead for this is Rob Lacey, with some assistance from Fraser Todd and Simon Pearce. I'm sure most of you know these guys. Next one. So Nick mentioned this earlier about slide share lubrication and it being a freebie. Absolutely is. So Teflon slide share lubrication has been available to us for several years. However, the application has been a bit sporadic, and once started, the frequencies of application has been misunderstood. So there's now a simplified application process that should allow everyone to convert relatively easy. The process will outline the reductions in applications in generally from a weekly application of the product to a 4-weekly initially. We're also working with the II and remote condition monitoring systems and looking at swing data to see if we can extend those frequencies even further. 8 weeks is potentially possible for relatively lightly used switches without rollers. There is for switches that have got rollers on, like once you've applied the new process and fin lube, we should be pushing those out to 13 weeks. We can do that as a rule now. Obviously, if you've got potential high risk switches, you might want to increase that, but 13 weeks is a possibility now. So this is a bit of an ask from us, really. As we're trying to push out the frequencies, we're going to do some test sites and get some data gathering. But if any of you out there have actually done this and stretched the frequency of lubrication, we'd like to hear from you. And especially if the points have got RCM on, what we'll do is we'll go back and look at the data in conjunction with the amount of times you've been lubricating it. So please get in touch if that's the case. Right, so another thing that's been mentioned today is the S&C train borne BVI. So the big picture is develop S&C train borne inspection and measurement. However, the lead time for this is a significant issue, so possibly 3 years before we get a working train. The train is targeted to measure geometry, switch profiles, and visual inspection. And the requirements are now in final draft for review by stakeholder group. This will be targeted to deploy alongside Felix. So if anybody's had anything to do with Felix, we're trying to get all this to work in conjunction. We are also developing a suite of fixed sensors that will feed into the central intelligence infrastructure platform. These will be attempting to measure force, acceleration, vibration at the crossing nose, on the crossing and the switch bearers and the turnout rails. We also want to measure the gauge through the switch and combine all the data with point operating equipment sensors. The overall goal is to create a cost-effective modular solution that can be tailored to the need of each switch. Overall goal is to reduce manual inspection and measurement of S&C as far as practical. It's boots off ballast, you know, that's our goal. Fish plate lubes. So similar to the slide share lubrication, this is probably another a free win as well. The process of fin lube on switch plates has been quite onerous over the years. So we've just gone through a rewrite of the process, which is making it less onerous. It's very close to being rolled out, and probably within the next week or so. The new simplified process gives routes options to convert the track to fin lube. once converted, the joints only need to be oiled, have oil applied to the top surface, the bottom surface, and a little bit behind the plates, without taking the plates off. A massive time saving for us. The conversion process can be done. We've suggested a 4-year cycle if you've got resource issues, but you can do that quicker if you've got more resources available. The sooner you switch to all the joints have been converted, then it's just literally a 30-second application per joint. In the work, the MST for the conventional way, it's a 20-minute timescale for loosening the bolts, taking the plates off, putting lubrication behind the plates, and then you've got to rely on people putting the plates back on properly and tightening them up. With the fin lube process, you're just applying oil every year, and as long as the joint's in good condition, it should act as it should be there working properly. We are also looking at the type of bolts used. We've had the nylock nuts on those plates for many years, so we're trying to look at new technology, and we're working with some of the universities to see if we can speed up the testing process to see how they work. There's some research. We've had some contact with the Japanese railways, and they've had the hard lock type nuts and bolts for many years, and they have given us the sort of guidance that they only touch the joints and loosen the bolts off when there's an issue with the joint. So for many years they just go through an oil, leaving the bolts in place. What we're looking at doing is utilising new bolt technology with the oil, and hopefully applying that some risk-based maintenance onto that, potentially pushing out the frequency of inspection. It's early days and we're working towards that at the moment. Again, if anybody's using hard lock type bolts, we'd really like to hear from you so we can get some data from you. The next slide. It's not moving on. Kate, could you move on to the next slide for me? It's not working. Thank you. There you go. So the next one is about lubrication of curves and switch tips. We're proposing to test the performance of the Interflon type lubricator versus the standard applicators. This potentially new type will apply a very thin coating to lubricant to the whole wheel circumference on the inner and outer flange. It'll give more consistent reduction in friction, and the proposed lubricant is less likely to go hard and cause build-up on wheels and rails, making inspection a lot easier through switches. This is currently fitted to the Nottingham tram system and has been giving them great results over the last 12 months. So we're setting up a working group. It's been set up to adapt the trial for higher speed applications. Obviously the tram's quite slow speed, so we need to convert this kit and be sure that the kit can survive at higher speeds and deliver the same results. Can you move on, please, Kate? Right, so drones, again, Nick mentioned this earlier in his presentation before. Use of drones for daylight BVI inspections in conjunction with nighttime tactile inspections when we have access green zone. We're hoping this will reduce the time the teams need to be on track. Other capabilities are being explored and further work is being done to establish business as usual options. These could include line side and access point inspections alongside inspections for other disciplines such as overhead line. There's some really exciting bits of work with drones. We just need to get the best out of this technology. Move on, please, Kate. So last slide. it's now how can you help us? Really want to know what technologies, products, processes, and standard changes could help you, in particular to drive efficiencies, keep your team safe, and improve reliability. And hopefully there's some with all of it. So as we develop proposals that impact people, we will ensure that the TUs are consulted. Again, Nick mentioned this about TUs earlier. We need to bring these people with us. We need to avoid that battlefield of things we're doing and changes. Want everybody to come with us. And there's an email there for Tim Flower. So if you've got anything you want to suggest, or you've got any information, data, please let Tim know, and he'll probably forward it on to one of us to take the lead on. Okay, so Ian, that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason, and also thank you for joining us at with quite late notice as well. So I know it was a short turnaround, so thank you very much. And some of the results from the survey will certainly go your way as well with regards to technology. So no, thank you, Jason. Okay, so we'll move on to the next slot. So I'd like to now introduce two Christians, Christian Bell and Christian Nicholson. They're going to talk to us today about management self-assurance coaching. So to introduce Christian Bell, Christian has a background in compliance auditing and quality management within Network Rail, and joined Southern Region's quality risk and assurance team in April 2020. Christian's main responsibilities include the management of the Level 2 functional audit program and delivery of the enhanced management self-assurance process through MSA coaching. Outside of the work, Christian is a keen footballer, keen football supporter. I'm sure you play as well, Christian, and a father of two. Okay, so just to introduce Christian Nicholson. So Christian has a background in internal audit, externally and within Network Rail, and joined Southeast Route 2 years ago to start the quality improvement program. He has since taken overall responsibility for Level 1 and Level 2 assurance activities in Southern Region, including the functional audit program and management self-assurance. Outside of work, he likes to play cricket and is a member of Battersea Ironside CC. Okay, so over to you guys.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ian, for the introduction. And I'd also like to thank Kate, John, and the rest of the Permanent Way Institute for having us here today. So thanks very much. As Ian mentioned, myself and Christian are here today to talk about management self-assurance and the improvements that we've made in Southern to that process. So a lot of this started for us in Southern a year or so ago when having a conversation with John Halsall, who's obviously our regional managing director. And what the conversation involved was talking about some of the concerns that we had around management self-assurance. It's tended to be very much tick box in nature as a self-assurance exercise. And in Southern, it just wasn't giving us very much data about how our frontline were managing their business. So we've looked to really enhance MSA and turn it into very much more of a coached assurance activity that gives us a bit more insight about what's happening on the ground. So I'm going to hand over to Christian Bell now, who's going to give you a bit more of the detail about that, how that's worked for us in Southern.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting us along today. So MSA coaching, what is it? So as Christian Nicholson said, we wanted to really get away from that tick box mentality that MSA is currently, most people currently think of when they think of MSA as it currently stands within the business. At the very beginning of this, we didn't want to go too far away from that. We didn't want to take a massive leap into the unknown. So we started off quite steadily. And with that, we kept the same question set. So we were using the question set as defined by the technical authority, and we were going out and we were asking those specific questions to our frontline managers. So there were no huge surprises in terms of the questions we were asking to our frontline staff in the Southern region. That is slowly changing as we build our question set and make it more risk-based. One of the key things we're doing is we're speaking with our DEAM organisation, with our route QHSE leads, with our route engineers, and asking them what they want to know, what questions they want us to ask as part of management self-assurance, that we can then ask our frontline teams and really gauge on some of the key issues that are apparent within the region and the rest of the business. Three massive key changes though that we have made is that MSA is now evidence-based in the southern region. So my team actually physically they either do the session in person, or using COVID restrictions, of course, or remotely using Teams. But for every question they ask, they are required to see some evidence, a piece of evidence for the individual, the frontline member of staff, to demonstrate how they are undertaking that assurance activity, whether that's their 10% assurance, safe work pack assurance checks, whether that's track geometry, paperwork, tie bars, whatever it might be. They need a bit of evidence to actually demonstrate that, yeah, I'm doing that piece of assurance as required. So that's a big key change. The other key change is we've taken it away from CMO and we've put it onto the IRIS system that Christian Nicholson will go on and talk a bit more about. But essentially we're using IRIS to manage all of this data. The benefits of that is that it gives us the BI style dashboard, so we're able to do lots of robust instant tracking and trending within the system. And the last major key change is we're taking it from a periodic activity to a quarterly activity. So although the frontline managers are still undertaking their assurance activities periodically, we go in quarterly to verify that they are indeed undertaking those activities in line with the requirements. And ultimately, this is a service. So we are, as the the regional team within the regional quality risk and assurance team within the southern region, we do this as a service to our IMDMs, to our IMEs, to our route customers. So we interact with them, we take a steer from them if they've got any areas of concern that they would like us to look at in particular. And yeah, this is very much led by but with their guidance in mind. If you want to go to the next slide. So just in terms of how it's been going, so in the southern region we have 7 maintenance delivery units across our 3 routes. So we're currently in our second round of delivering this. Over the first round, the majority of the findings have been around safety. So management self-assurance is broken into 3 key areas: asset, process and safety. And the majority of our findings are in the safety area, which and most of them in fact being around safe work pack assurance. So the 10% checks from an engineering perspective, sample checking, and a lack of robustness there. So for all of those gaps that we identify, we make sure that there are actions issued within the IRIS system that are then assigned to the action owners, the post holders, to then take forwards. And of course, as I said, the question set that we're currently working with, that is constantly adapting. So with every 6 months, we're going to be making some real key changes to that question set to make it more robust, make it more current to key trends and risks. And we're working with our DEAM organisation to do that. Next slide, please.
I think it's also fair to say that we recognise that our coaches aren't necessarily engineers or rail experts, so the focus of their findings is likely to be more on safety for the time being. But with that in mind, as Christian said, we're adding questions, particularly more technical ones, and we're also working with our DEAM organisation and our heads of routes asset, particularly track, to start to understand how we can better do level 1 technical engineering assurance as well. So that's been a really good output of the information that we've been able to present as well. I'm not going to do a full run through of the IRIS system that we've been using, but I just wanted to show you some of the things that we're now doing with the system. We initially brought it in to do safety investigations following an assessment by one of my other teams. And that's proved really useful in getting a grip of how we investigate our safety incidents and learn from those lessons. We've since adapted IRIS to use as an assurance tool as well. Christian mentioned earlier, it just gives us a bit more clarity on the issues that we're finding, and it enables us to do better reporting and summaries that go to the IMDM and infrastructure director as well. So you can see here is an example of some of the question sets that we're using, and also a bit of a summary of how that looks on the system, as well as it then produces a Word document report following each session that we confirm with our section managers and TMEs and all the people that we speak to on the front line. So it's working really well so far, and it's just giving us a bit more insight than we've ever had before.
And at the beginning of this, we set ourselves some success criteria, things that we could continually monitor to understand whether this was in fact working. Of course, it's a brand new process that we're bringing in and we're introducing to make management self-assurance more robust, and this would be our sort of our guiding lights to understand whether we were actually succeeding. And we broke it down into 4 key areas. First of all, positive customer feedback, so making sure that our frontline colleagues were receiving this well, both right from a section manager perspective right up to the IMDM and the infrastructure directors. We've even held some sessions with our route managing directors as well, just to confirm that they are comfortable with this and happy with the results. We've also set ourselves a success criteria of an increase in action numbers and quality. So we didn't want this to just be a numbers game where we were just going in and raising dozens and dozens and dozens of actions. We wanted the actions to be actually robust in rectifying the issues that were identified. So that's one of the challenges that we set ourselves, and we are so far achieving that. Just for context, before, when we first kicked this piece of work off, we focused on one delivery unit. Over the course of 3 periods, they raised something along the lines of 5 MSA actions. When they were doing this on CMO, we went there and we identified something around 50 actions, all while adding robust action plans to resolve those issues identified. The next thing was around approval of the process. So of course we couldn't just run with this and just take it as a region, and we had to make sure that we were doing this in line with expectations set by both our route customers, the technical authority. So we applied for temporary variations to allow us to the self-assurance standard to allow us to do this work, which we were granted. We're now in the process of reapplying to extend those temporary variations, and we're also consistently checking back in with our route customers to make sure that that this is working for them, and still providing them with the levels of assurance that they require. And the last piece was around enhanced assurance outputs. So we wanted this to be a real value add activity in terms of making sure that future FAP audits or internal audits, we were getting better results than what we'd got previously. Certainly for our FAP audits, a lot of the MSA question set aligns with the FAP audit protocols, and so we wanted to make sure that we were identifying the gaps, putting in actions to rectify those issues, so that when an audit in fact took place, there was better overall compliance, and therefore less non-compliances identified during the audits, and better results. And we're that's slowly coming to the fore. Of course, we're just at the beginning of this, so we're hoping that over time this will become better, and we'll be getting better audit results in the future. And that's the end of the slide deck, I think.
Yeah, I think one thing that I just wanted to add as well is that we've identified over half of our issues were related to safety, particularly safe work packs and how they're prepared and checked. As a region, we understand that that's an area that we needed to focus on, and this has helped inform a regional 019 compliance program that's being led by Katie Frost to understand how we can do this better and keep our workforce safe. So it's been really useful in helping to drive that programme. So Ian, we just wanted to hand back to you to go through any questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Christian and Christian. I think we'll stick to the approach of we'll do questions towards the end. I have seen you've got a few questions in there, but now hold your breath on those just for now. No, we're running nicely ahead of time, so we'll move straight into the next slot, and then we'll welcome you back for questions shortly. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we're moving into the next slot now, which is the PWI professional registration, and in particular experience from 3 of our colleagues from across the business. I'm going to open straight up on this one. I think this is an opportunity for, I think we've got Craig, Lynn and Richard Quigley. They're going to introduce themselves and talk to you about some different stages of the process. So just to open this up, so what is professional registration? Well, it's a recognition that an individual's competence and commitment to the industry and to the discipline has been assessed, and they have attained the standard required for admission to the UK Engineering Council register. Professional registration is open to absolutely anybody, so long as they can demonstrate both competency and that commitment. And there are a number of grades, number of levels of that registration, which we'll talk through today. We've got engineering technicians at Eng Tech, incorporated engineer, iEng and chartered engineer. And just a couple of bullet points on okay, what does it mean? What does it mean to me? What does it mean to those that have been through it? What does it mean to those that are going to go through it? Well, it's about being readily identified as somebody whose competence and understanding of that engineering principle has been independently assessed. There is an independent assessment to almost validate that those credentials. To demonstrate your professional attitude and commitment to engineering and safety. Obviously, we all share those values. A benefit from a global benchmarking of engineering excellence, and it does open doors as well. So there is an opportunity there for stepping into future roles that require this as a minimum requirement. Moving on to the next slide, please, Kate. So yeah, just a summary of the grades and the routes through. Again, each of our speakers will touch upon these. So we've got Eng Tech, and we've got the iEng and CEng route. I don't really want to dwell too much on that now. I think we'll get into that in the detail. So if we move to the first of the 3 slides, please. We've got Craig. Hi, Craig.
Afternoon.
I'll hand over to you to introduce yourself and your route.
Okay, good afternoon. A fair few of you will know me, I'm sure, from across all the regions. I've been around for quite a few years now. I'm a principal engineer currently for the regional track engineer in North West and Central. I won't read all the words off the slide. You can read those for yourselves. I really wanted to kind of tell you how I'd got to be sort of chartered and the journey I'd gone on over several decades. When I graduated, as I say, more than 2 decades ago, I'd always intended to get chartered very quickly. But then after a few years, I moved into the railways, where it wasn't something that was particularly pushed very hard. And it was certainly never anything that was a barrier to progressing my career. And that probably resonates with quite a few people in the audience today, I'd imagine. Done the degrees, got qualifications, but actually it hasn't been a big thing in the railway in the past. I think that's changing now. I've seen it. It is changing. It's been changing for 5, 6, 7 years now, quite slowly, but I think it really is here now, and it will affect people's career progression. I don't think I would have got this promotion under PPF back in September if I hadn't got myself chartered. So, but I didn't start with getting chartered. I was fortunate that Richard, who's on the panel as well today, quite rightly in my team, gave me a much needed kick 3 or 4 years ago, and suggested that as the manager, I should be setting more of an example in professional registration. So I took that on board, but I wasn't going to do it on my own. So I gave the challenge to myself and all of my engineers in the team to all go away and get our engineering technician registration, which we all did, all successful, and we had a great night out in London with the Permanent Way Institution, getting our certificates and presentations. So what I would say is, it worked for me. It got my finger out and got me on the journey, which ultimately led to me getting chartered. And I recommend everyone, you don't have to do engineering technician before incorporated or chartered. I would recommend it to everyone, and certainly people in my team have now, some have gone on to go to incorporated or chartered, and no one's got any regrets about it. They all think it, because we all needed that bit of a kick, that bit of a push, and the engineering technician is a good way, a good stepping stone to just get yourself in that mindset, in that way of thinking. And it's a relatively painless process for almost everyone. There won't be an interview. It'll just be it's a short application form. I always forget, I can't remember if it's 4 or 5 questions you have to answer, but it's that sort of order. So it is a straightforward journey. That's kind of what I'd encourage everyone to do from today, please.
Fantastic, thank you, Craig. A question, if I may. How do you find a mentor and sponsor? And I guess in particular, if you don't have what if you don't have a suitable person in your immediate team? So
we're fortunate, a company our size, and with all our alliances, alliances with contracting organisations, there are a huge pool of suitable people to be sponsors and mentors and supporters. So across the whole business. So I think there's a slide towards the end of this, at the very end of the presentation, isn't there, with Lynn's, Richard's, and my contact details, as well as Kate's. And if people just contact us, and we'll put you in contact with someone, or probably a variety of people who may be suitable to help each. And there will be someone there for everyone. It's just sometimes you have to be a bit of a chat with someone to work out whether that's the right person to support you. You definitely want someone who's going to give you that same kick that gave me that kick, and challenge you all the way. But there's loads and loads of people out there, and we will help you find the right people for you to help you on your journey.
Great. So no, thank you for that offer of support, all three of you. Okay, so no, thank you, Craig. I think we'll move on to the next route. So we've got Lynn. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, sorry, I seem to have fixed the camera problem.
Oh, great. No, just in time. No, good afternoon. Slightly different in this approach. If you introduce yourself, then I'll leave you to talk about your route.
Yeah, so I'm Lynn Garner. I'm a senior project engineer. I'm responsible for risk-based maintenance across all assets up in the Northwest route. I'm now in my 21st year on the railway, and I've worked across maintenance, asset management, and dabbled in construction a little as well. So 5 years ago, at the start of the PWI's journey on professional registration, I gained my professional registration as incorporated engineer through the standard route that Craig took. But last year, for my chartership, I needed to take the experiential learner route as a top up. The experiential learner report has 6 sections in it. With my degree, it meant that the first 2 technical questions were applicable, so I did the 4 managerial questions. What I would say, though, in terms of if you're going to follow this route, is really look back at your entire career. You don't just have to think about the job you're in now and draw on all those experiences that you've done. And don't worry if you think you're going to repeat any of them when you get to the stage 2, when you do the standard route. What I would say, though, is before you embark on it, just make sure that you're happy that that you can demonstrate the competencies in the stage 2 process. And if you don't, you just need to see if you can gain wider experience, either through projects or placements, to fill any gaps. The other option, as Craig mentioned before, is you can do a different level while you get that experience. And I think what's really key is that you get a good mentor who will be both supportive and critical, because it's only with that constructive feedback that your application will be robust and be successful. What you don't need is somebody just saying everything is perfect for it to be submitted and then to fail. But again, as Craig said, we can help you find the right person to support you. Ian?
Lovely. Thanks for that advice, Lynn. I guess if people haven't yet jumped onto the journey of professional registration, it'd be quite a daunting thought about how much time does it take to actually get through the process. So I was wondering, Lynn, how many kind of hours, kind of per day, per week, did you put into this experiential learning route?
I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, to be honest, because last year I found myself with quite a lot of time on my hands at the start of lockdown because I was made redundant, and so for me, finding a job and my chartership sort of became a full-time occupation. So I probably worked on it for a few hours a day, but I did write my experiential learner report in just about 2 weeks. My mentor was really good and was turning stuff around, and I moved straight onto my competency report, and that probably took another month, and you're probably talking about 3 hours a day. So mine was very much condensed, but if you were to think about normally when you're in your day job, if you spread that out throughout a year, then it's certainly achievable, probably a couple of hours a week, I'd say, for both of the reports.
Okay, no, thank you, Lynn. Great. We'll move on to Richard. Good afternoon, Richard. Thank you for joining us. Hi. So yeah, I'll leave you to kind of discuss your route, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ian. Yeah, so Richard, quickly, my background, I'm a senior engineer now, as Craig said, in his team in Northwest and Central. My background's in kind of track design and asset management prior to that, and continuing now. So my background into the railway, I've got a BTEC and then a HNC or an ONC, if you know it from a bit longer ago than that, in engineering, and I went on to do Eng Tech in 2013. But then to move on from there to iEng, I followed what's called the technical report route with the PWI. So that is so that the entrance qualification to be on standard route for iEng is a bachelor's degree, which obviously I didn't have from the route I'd come in. So you can top that up with something called a technical report. So the technical report focuses on what are called the A and B skills in the Engineering Council's UK spec, which is what all of these professional qualifications are kind of judged around. And the A and B skills are really just your engineering work. So I wrote a technical report based on the mechanics of how rails break. So I picked a topic that interested me, that I felt like I was going to get something out of in my day job, and you know, could potentially have some use to me going forwards. And I think if you do choose to do this report, for me really is the key, picking something that you're actually going to find interesting, because you need to motivate yourself to get through that, to kind of get that work done and do enough research and put enough input into the report that it will be technical enough. I mean, in terms of my more general experience with it, it's a straightforward process, but does require some skill, albeit that a lot of that stuff you can probably demonstrate through the job you hold. And in terms of benefits, the role I hold now with Network Rail, the essential criteria on the job description for that is incorporated engineer. So I do feel it's helped me to progress. Yeah. From there.
Okay, no, thank you, Richard. It's a very good point actually around actually being able to align the report required for this to your day job. So actually, you're almost killing two birds with one stone. And linking to the question to Lynn, you know, taking some of the burden off the time requirement, because actually it's part of your day to day as well. So no, thank you for sharing that. I'm just wondering what other resources did the PWI provide to help you with your application?
Yes, PWI have been really helpful all the way through it. I'd probably say in terms of resources, that there's a good ruck of examples now for every route that you might be taking, whether it's Eng, Tech, Eng, iEng, whether you're technical reports or a standard route. There's a good series of exemplar reports on their website that I kind of, you know, you can download that. There's simple forms to fill in for some of the starter sections, and then as Craig's mentioned, you know, help from other PWI members to kind of pick up a mentor and somebody who can help you through this. And then the other thing I'd probably mention is in terms of CPD, which is mandatory whichever route you're on. The PWI sections run 10 events each roughly per year. you know, which all count as CPD. And I mean, through the COVID restrictions, those have moved online. So there's now a really big source of PWI available through their website and their YouTube page, which actually you can kind of sit and digest in your own time, which makes it great for viewing around other commitments.
Right, so thank you, Richard. Okay, well, no, thank you. Thank all three of you for talking through your route. We've got a final slide here around, okay, so what are the potential kind of first steps? First step is become a member of the PWI, understand the level of registration that's best for you. So you know, have a think about whether it's Eng Tech, iEng or CEng. The PWI will check your qualifications, see if there are any gaps and identify the best route for you. So there is that support there from the PWI to help you with that decision. Obtain a sponsor. So I think we've spoken about that before, and there's support from both the PWI and within Network Rail to help identify people that can help you through this process. Complete the relevant application forms as mentioned, with supporting evidence, and provide a current personal development plan and a record of your continued professional development. So yeah, kind of from those on the panel, we've got Craig, Lynn and Richard here. If you'd like to direct any questions, direct to them. Of course, as I mentioned, there's the PWI team as well that are there to support anybody who wishes to even discuss the option of getting onto this road. So I think that's all from me and the panel for this session. Just checking, Kate. Okay, yes. So we are moving into the final Q&A session. We are running slightly ahead of time, so it's looking like we can maybe take a couple of extra questions, but still finish a little bit early. So that's good news. Everyone can grab some lunch. So okay, so if we can welcome the other speakers back to the panel, I'll pose a couple of questions. Let's see what we've got. So I've got a question for yourself, Jason Wardle from Ian Dean. Will there be alignment to the European standard being generated for switch measurement and inspection?
Very good question, which I don't know the answer to. So the lead on this has been Rob Lacey with some of the standard changes. So we'll have to answer that one in correspondence.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all. I've got another quick one for you, Jason. Whilst I've got you, is the Teflon slide chair process the same as the fin loop process?
Absolutely. So it's the same product that we've been using in many places across the country. The cleaning off process was quite onerous, and it meant cleaning down, degreasing, going back a few days later. So it took quite a lot of effort to get into that position where you could use the product just as a few drops on it. What we've done now is develop a much more simple process which can be applied quite quickly. That's about to be issued out as well, so people can start using that. If you're using it already, brilliant, and it might just give you some tips on how to improve how you apply it.
Thank you, Jason. Whilst we're on that topic, I've got one more question before I pick on somebody else. This is from John Edgley, actually. I'm going to invite Gareth back on the call. This is directed to Jason and Gareth. When the TME teams clean their S&C slides and apply Teflon, what else can we do to support, advise and stop other teams to stop applying the old black grease, particularly our MOM fault teams and grinding trained colleagues?
Yeah, so I've had exactly this issue myself around East Midlands. We all converted over to one type of the new type of fin lube, and then we ended up with people just having odd cans of random lubricants in vehicles. So when the points failed, anything got issued and sprayed out. Unfortunately, you've got to have a joint approach with your ops teams and your S&T teams, and basically get rid of all the other stuff that people used to use. It's quite a good feeling once you've done it, because a lot of the lubricants that we no longer need to carry are all disposed of correctly and don't get splashed around on the railway. But it is quite tricky to get everybody to buy into it. Yeah.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, so find another couple of questions. So I've got a question from Andrew Jones for Christian and Christian. Will there be formal training for people auditing? I've done several audits with no training at all. So a question around audit training.
So training for delivering the MSA coaching or for being a participant, in terms of the being a participant of an MSA coaching session, so being you know, a section manager, an engineer, whatever it might be. Really, I mean, we're asking very, very similar questions to what most frontline staff members ask themselves periodically at present with MSA. So there's not a huge amount of training. However, we do. So when we get a new member of staff, a new frontline member of staff within the region, we do offer to sit down with them and go through the question set so that they're comfortable with the expectations of what they need to be providing for an MSA session. In terms of delivering it, so I've got a team of compliance auditors who we have sort of rebranded as coaches, MSA coaches who go out and deliver this work on behalf of the region, but also you know, as a service to the IMDMs. So, and they're trained compliance auditors who do this bit of work. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does in a sense that obviously your MSA coaching is delivered by trained auditors, isn't it?
That's right.
I think it might be a slightly different question, but we'll maybe take that one offline.
I think potentially Andy was referring to FAP audits there, because I know Andy's done some when we spoke about FAP very recently. It's something that we've taken ownership for delivering within Southern Region recently. And as part of that, we're going to look at FAP as a wholesale program in terms of how we do it and how it's supported. And that will definitely include looking at how we train our resources within the region to deliver that audit support.
Great stuff. Thank you both. Another one related to auditing. Question from Colin Newsome. What do the Christians consider to be a good audit?
That's a really good question, because I think, as Christian alluded to earlier, it's not a numbers game for us. A good audit could be that someone can present all of their evidence to us and say, I'm complying with absolutely everything I need to. Equally, a good audit can be identifying issues where perhaps they hadn't done something that's a compliance requirement for whatever reason, but the audit identified the need for them to prioritize that. So for us, it's all about making sure that our people have got the right tools to be able to manage the risk in their area of responsibility. So it's not necessarily a numbers game, but you know, sometimes we can report on the numbers and provide comparisons between different depots and DUs as well.
Right, so thank you, Christian. So I've got a question now from Matthew Thompson. This is for yourself, Jason. What are the limitations on drone usage? I'm cognizant of OLE and red zone in particular. So limitations on drones.
Yeah, so it's quite a complex process at the moment to get people to get a license to use the drones over live railway. We're looking into the difficulties and sort of these workshops. That's what we're trying to get around some of the issues. I know one of the particular awkward ones is you can't be more than I think it's 200 meters away from the drone, which really limits the amount you can survey at any one point. You've got to keep moving. The drones that have been used are fantastic. The quality is really good and they can go quite a distance. But our own rules and regs and obviously you have to have a pilot's license for these. So some of the training around it is quite complex, and the rules and regs are as well. So part of the remit is to dive into that a bit and see how we can alter things to make it easier.
Thanks, Jason. So I've got a question now from, I better let Liam Jackson ask a question. He's been instrumental in organising this. So a question to the PWI group. Have you added your professional accreditation to your Oracle competence profile? Question. Was this a straightforward process?
Yes, I have. I have, and I only recently added my mentor onto my profile as a mentor, and that was only because John Nelson gave me some very simple screenshots that took me through it step by step. John Nelson in my team, sorry, not in the wider regional track team, used to be my team, which took it through. But prior to that, I didn't know I could register myself as a mentor on Oracle.
Yeah, similar to Craig, I've registered it in there. It's quite simple. It's relatively similar to filling in your time card that you do through Oracle. You know, it's a similar kind of thing as the screens to click through. So yeah, I've done that.
Superb. How about you, Lynn?
No, I did notice the other day that my incorporated's still on there, but I think that somebody did that on my behalf. So I need to go down the route of logging on and figuring out how to do that.
Good stuff. Well, you've got Richard and Craig to lean on if you need to some advice. Okay, so on the topic of PWI, I've got an update actually from Brian Counter, not a question. So Brian Counter from PWI has mentioned that PWI is launching another experience route for this year for those with HNC who could achieve incorporated engineer after, say, 7 to 10 years experience. Contact Liz at the PWI registration the PWI registration manager. So again, we can provide Liz's contact details with the output of the conference. So there's another route there to potentially explore. So looking at time, we'll probably go for another couple of questions. We are still slightly ahead. So let me have a look through. So we've got a question here from Ian Dean, and I believe this is related to the MSA coaching. How does this pilot align with the company requirements to respond to the AIB recommendations 7 and 8 for Margam, which concern safety management assurance?
Absolutely. It's a really, really good question. I think for anybody that's read the Margam report, there's so many references to assurance. And for us, the work that we've done on MSA, management self-assurance, and making it more evidence-based, making it less about self-assurance, certainly ties in with those recommendations. It's not the only thing that we're doing though. We've now also brought in a team of safety coaches that go out and do site surveillance on possessions and things like that to understand, are we working within our safe work packs? Are teams using the right equipment and PPE, that kind of thing? So it's certainly one of other things that we're doing. And we've also adapted the IRIS system for planned assurance and site surveillance inspections as well. So those three things are all contributing to us responding to RABE and the Margam report. But we're also tying in with Tony Blanche's team, who lead on Grey nationally, into their response on how, as a company, we're going to deliver these recommendations.
Good stuff. It's good to see that alignment. No, thank you, Christian. Okay, so I'm going to do one more question, which is from Gareth Evans for yourself, Christian, and Christian again. Providing a framework and tools for level 1 technical assurance is really important. How do we design this so that it's part of the day job and not more work? And the question close to my heart as well, as I'm involved in level 1.
Again, go on, Christian, I'll let you start with this one.
Yeah, certainly the way we have structured MSA coaching is to free up some of the time of section managers, engineers in logging their assurance activities on CMO. So we do all the logging for them. We do all the data inputting during the MSA coaching sessions, which certainly frees up their time and gives valuable time back to the frontline teams. But also in terms of going forwards with this is very much a coaching activity. So where we are identifying gaps through the MSA coaching, we're not only just giving actions and walking away, we're there as a point of contact, as a support structure to allow questions, issues, and perhaps some gaps in knowledge around assurance, first line assurance. We're there to provide support with that going forwards within the regional team. So yeah, we are, it isn't just there's your action, see you later. It's an ongoing activity with a support structure behind it.
Okay, great. So it's end-to-end stuff. Great.
And there's a bit of an add-on there as well, Ian, that we recognise that from a technical point of view, from an engineering perspective, there's more to do. So we're working with the route head of assets and also the likes of Colin Kavanagh from the Diemann organisation to understand how we can improve level 1 engineering assurance as well. That's very much in its early stages within Southern Region, but we know that's something that we've got to do as we take on more responsibility within the business.
Okay, thank you both. I think we're going to call this Q&A session to an end. Again, any questions we haven't reached, we'll respond. So I'd now like to, okay, let me first thank everyone on the panel here for this contributing to this session. I'd now like to invite John Edgley back to do a vote of thanks.
And there I am. Look at that.
Thank
so I take it you don't want me to talk for the next 15 minutes. What I've listened in very intently. No, I thought so. I listened in very intently to the conversations today, and I feel encouraged. I feel proud. There's a huge amount of energy and enthusiasm going on. But before I sort of comment further on that, I'd like to give a personal thanks, my own thanks, and I think also perhaps on behalf of all the attendees listening, that the organisation put into today by Kate and the PWI team, by Liam Jackson and yourself, Ian, and indeed everybody involved in the background organising this. You've done an amazing, amazing job. It's not easy organising these things, and actually just for a visual, for everybody who hasn't seen behind the scenes of these kind of events, there's a script which goes with it, so Ian can keep us all on track. We've got Liam Jackson who sends us little text messages saying you've got a 3-minute warning, stop talking. All of that sort of stuff goes on. They've done a brilliant, brilliant job. I'm not going to go and talk about each of the individual the speakers, but I think we should also thank the speakers. You've given up a huge amount of time to provide your wisdom and give an update. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And for me, one message has come out strong today, and that is this is about people. It's about us listening to each other, challenging each other, welcoming that challenge, trying to work out how we do our day jobs more effectively. Hugely important. It's about being honest with each other about what we can't do. We just the Christian and Christian double act there. We're talking about assurance, and actually, I'm a human. So when I get somebody assuring me, I'm a bit reluctant to maybe fess up to some of those things. But actually, I always tell myself, believe it or not, the auditor's your friend, because if you can actually articulate where you can't do things, you can get help. You can get maybe more resource, for instance. So we need to engage with assurance far more efficiently and effectively, and maybe not be too concerned about giving answers which we perceive might not shine us in the best possible light, because that's the road to a better place. So I see this being an exciting time ahead for ourselves, our industry. Sure, we've got plenty more challenges. I mentioned the value for money earlier, but we do have the tools, techniques, and talent out there to face them, and face them admirably. So at that point, I'm going to hand back to Ian, but I'm going to thank you all for your attendance today. We've got a bright future ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. So that brings us to a close. So again, I'll echo what John has said. I want to thank absolutely every one of you for taking the time to join us today. I'd like to send some special thanks to all the presenters for the time and effort they've put into preparing behind the scenes and being available to talk today. I want to put some special thanks out to Kate Hatwell from PWI and Liam Jackson for their monumental effort behind the scenes setting this up. They really have been instrumental in making today a success. And the recordings, as I mentioned before, and the materials will be available on the PWI website soon. And we will be sending out a survey as well to capture your thoughts on the day as well. So what did you particularly think went well? Any areas for improvement for next time round as well. So I think that's all from me. So thank you all. Thank you again for joining. Stay safe. Hopefully see many of you around the company as I pass across. Thank you.